What's going on, my people? This your boy, Mr. OBF, back one time for your mind. Welcome to the OBF, the network, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can donate to the channel, go to OBF The Real, Cash App, and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys can donate to the channel. All right, people, let's get into it, man. I got this clip of Terrence Crawford out here. I don't know, Terrence Crawford is just being arrogant, or is he being delusional, or for what I'm hearing around in the YouTube world is that he's being ungrateful. Now, the one thing I do know about Terrence Crawford, he is very, very highly confident of his ability. Some would say a little way too confident in certain other areas of his life, right? As a father, as a husband, I ain't even going there. Like, you get what I mean? From afar, from what I see, the man is a great father. The man is a great provider. He's a great husband. Ain't going there, okay? But his personality and how he conducts himself in and outside of the ring of talking boxing and boxing, literally fighting, we can criticize. So this is where this is going to go. I'm not going to get personal like some YouTube niggas. They out here getting personal with Terrence Crawford and all that other shit. I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? I thought that we would take a step back from doing that to some of these athletes, or with the, from what Stephen A. Smith did to LeBron James. I thought we kind of covered that already, but I guess we out here amongst the stupid. But this is just about straight boxing, people, and how this man could be way overconfident, or he delusional, or like some people say, he's just ungrateful. Then, but before we even get into that, we have to get to this situation with Claressa Shields, of her continue of, and let me just say this, and I'm not trying to listen. I'm not saying this to be sexist or to be disrespectful to women or anything like that. My issue is what do I see when it comes to a lot of female athletes. And you can even say sometimes in real life. I'm not saying all, but you see it a lot in women's sport. It's one thing of being competitive, right? Like, because like for men, we can see when another man hates another man. Like, a motherfucker just hating. We can see it, right? We be like, yo, this nigga just hating. Yo, why the fuck are you? Like, it's certain shit that you just don't say and do. So you be like, come on, right? Now, in women's sports, for some weird reason, women want this pass of we can't call them out for doing hateful shit. And Claressa Shields is one of the biggest haters in the sports, in sports, period. I believe the woman is partly delusional. She is one thing of having high confidence in yourself, but you're not as great as you think you are, right? I mean, you look at female boxing, it ain't really like that since Muhammad Ali daughter. And I'm not gonna lie, I watch more female boxing then than I watch this shit now. So that's number one. But we gonna get more into that. But as far as her skills and all that shit, but the lies that she tells is it's almost delusional. It's almost like it's almost like she's delusional, but it's almost like you're intentionally hating for no apparent reason. Listen, you cannot like somebody, But the one thing that you don't do is when you do interviews or you get on platforms like this or other platforms, is to lie on somebody, right? You can say what you dislike about them, but you don't get the right to lie, right? And like, I don't like Timothy Bradley, right? But I could never say that Timothy Bradley be lying, right? Like, I could say that he's hating, right? I could say he cooning, but I can't say he lies. However he feels about Tank, that's his true feelings. But when you start lying on people, then it's a problem. And I always say that I don't have to like people, but you start lying on people, you're personally crossing the line, because you should know better, because you don't want nobody to lie on you, right? So, like I said, this is hating, but at the same time, she's hating, but she's lying. So she decides to get on Fight Hub TV and decides to get up here and lie on Tank Davis, and the shit is unbelievable. Let's get into it, people.
Man, how do you see it? Do you think it goes either way? Like, who's, I don't know, who's in favor?
I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older now or what, but I feel like Gervonta's a hell of a fighter, but he needs to get his mental together. When I hear some of his interviews and I see some of the stuff that he's saying, I can just tell that he's not in love with the sport no more. I can tell that he didn't get his just due. I mean, it was crazy to hear that he said he got evicted out of a house or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, what in the world? And like that type of stuff, when you've been fighting and knocking people out and fighting main events. I mean, he fought four main events here at T-Mobile.
Listen, let's just say this. Let's go back. She says, he needs to get his mental right. I actually agree. Right? The thing I don't like when these fighters talk about each other, they don't put in perspectives of not saying, I don't know what other people going through. Right? Like, but from afar, this is how it looks to me. Right? Now, for me, knowing some people that's close to Tank and shit like that, or no Tank, I know what's going on. But it ain't my business to put a lot of this shit out there. Right? Listen, let's just say this. Far as Tank mental, the time Tank got in the sport when he first fought, went pro, right? You understand, Tank, when he started fighting when he's like 7 years old, you gotta understand, come from a fucked up environment. Then on top of that, if you listen to Tank, he tell you, I didn't choose, I didn't like, he's like, almost like, you know how people say boxing chose me, right? He chose boxing, right? Like it was his way. I always tell you this about people that when they make it and stuff like that, and then they get they get famous or they get the money or whatever. It's like getting comfortable, right? You always have this thing of shit gets old, bro. Like you felt your family taken care of, you kind of good. The shit is not really the same. Like, and it's not, but like there's nothing. If you work at a job for 10 years, I say 5 years. You work at a job for 5 years, yo. You know how when you first got to that job, you was kind of excited to go to work a little bit. The money was right. You was kind of excited with what you do. You kind of like what you was doing. After like 5 years, you like, the shit ain't the same no more. Because now what happens is you get into your occupation when you first get into it, your eyes is just, you like a deer in the headlights. You kind of don't know what the fuck is really going on around you, right? And two, you start to be around that shit for a little minute, right? And then you probably got your own personal shit that you're dealing with, right? From home front. And then you start to really realize how the politics work. And it could be a turnoff. And everybody's not emotionally willing to deal with that shit. Right? Like I always tell people, that's why I don't be fucking with a whole bunch of people at the job like that. I'm kind of glad my job is kind of like, I kind of do interact with people, but I kind of be on my own all day. Right? Like, so I don't have to deal with motherfuckers at the job. Right? I may have to deal with the public a little bit, but I still, even 75% of that time, maybe 80 some days, I don't have to deal with people. Right? Like, so I have a perfect occupation where I don't have to deal with people. Right? So I don't get caught up in the politics. I don't let that shit bother me. I don't really fuck around with it. Right? It don't affect me as much. Now, the type of occupation that Tank is in, you gotta be mentally focused in working on the skills and shit that you need to work on for a fighter, and think about double fighter. Then you got, on top of that, when you are in tank level in the profession, like, nigga, you the cash cow, you the guy. Like, even though the person that you get ready to fight got a little name and they bringing something to the table, but niggas, people come to see you. They're not really coming to see this nigga like that, right? So that puts a lot of pressure on people. And then, like I said, you don't know what's going on in Tank's personal life. You know what I mean? He might not feel that he's there as much as he's supposed to be with his kids. He may not have a ride or die chick in his corner that can hold that shit down, like Kobe had with Vanessa and shit. You get what I mean? And a couple other women like that. So, you know, that could be stressful. Then you got the motherfuckers around you that, regardless of what you think, is trying to steal from you. Because motherfuckers get envy and jealous. So you're dealing with a lot of shit. Then everybody know the whole situation with Coach Cal, Coach Kenny. That shit going on. That last fight proved that it was some bullshit going on in that corner amongst them. They tried to hide it, but it got proven. It could be Tank. It could be Coach Cal. Either way, however you look at it, is one of them. But they need to get that shit together for the next fight. I don't know what the fuck going on, but they need to get that shit fixed. Or Tank just need to move the fuck on. One or the other. But you can't do that shit that you just did. That can't happen in the corners. Because I ain't never seen no shit like that. Where Tank didn't listen to his corners like he's supposed to. Was shunning Coach Cal. Nah, nigga. First of all, it's disrespectful. And I don't like that. You know what I mean? You tell that he's like your father. You don't talk to your fucking father that way. But anyway, listen, I come from a different, you know, I grew up in a different era. You respect your elders, nigga. Unless your elders go way too far of disrespecting you, then that's something different. But to just disrespect your elders, nah. You gotta watch what you say. But yeah, so all that shit is going on. So, yes. And if you ever hear Floyd Mayweather, he tell you 90% of this shit, or 95% of this shit is mental. So your mental got to be right when you in this game of boxing. So Tank mental probably ain't over there. I actually probably agree with her, but I like for her, people like her or others to say, look, I don't know exactly what's going on, but from afar looking in, The shit don't look right. Look like his mental ain't all the way there. But she just trying to act like she know what he's going through mentally. And I don't like that shit when you know that you've been hating on Tank and you don't really like Tank. And I guess you in this position right now to where I guess you're feeling good about yourself. So now you want to say something good, I guess, or get some type of advice. Like, you don't take the same fucking age. I'm not saying you can't give him advice, but you acting like he a little boy. Like, come on, stop. But anyway, then she brung up some old shit that's the shit that you heard her say. She said, well, didn't I hear he got evicted from his apartment? When you hear that? I ain't heard no shit about that. The man made, just like Ron God said, he made over $50 million. What are you talking about? You don't hear about Tank out here splurging and shit like that? But anyway, let's move on. It was that same shit that Terrence Crawford tried to make it when Tank told him, like, nigga, I make way more money than you. And I have made way more money than you. And then Terrence Crawford said, well, I hope you saving it up or saving it up or doing right by the money, buddy, or some shit like that. Like, nigga, you don't know these niggas be pocket watching. And people say Tank pocket watching. No, but it was a way when Tank said it, it was a reason why Tank said it. Because this nigga was acting like he was bigger than Tank in the game of boxing. As a star. And that's why Tank told him, like, nigga, I make way more money than you're a more bigger star. What we talking about here? And let me just say this, because we got these little biased ass lists and shit where they don't rank Tank as top 5 pound for pound. We all know that's bullshit. We all know he top 5. But let's move on. But Claressa Shields need to stop this shit.
Some of the best fighters, and it's just like, see that he got evicted from his home and all this other stuff. Now he got kids, and he's not signed with TMT promotions, anymore. It's like when I hear him talk, he's like he want to be a nicer guy for his daughters, and he don't want to be there. I think he would be better, and even a better fighter if he went and did therapy like ASAP. Because I can just tell like he's a little sad, he's a little depressed, even before this fight. So I think
first of all, Claressa Shields. See, this is the problem I had with Claressa Shields. Claressa Shields need to shut the fuck up. She's talking about shit that she don't know nothing about. Right? And see, this is why people don't speak. This is why black people don't speak on getting therapy or getting help and shit, because it be black people like this that try to use that shit against you. They try to make it seem like you soft or you fucked up like that. Like Claressa Shields, you fucked up. And I'm about to get real, not too personal, but I'm gonna get personal on you. Because you put it in the public, so we're gonna speak on it. Right? You don't know what the fuck going on with him emotionally. He's just speaking how he feel about some shit, but you don't genuinely know. And then he had one fight. And this is what I don't like about the game of boxing. This is why I miss the old days of boxing. Because you could lose a fight or you didn't look good in the fight, and people say you just gotta do better the next fight. Nobody's sitting there saying, motherfucker ain't great. Today's age boxers sit there and pretend because a motherfucker lose a fight, they ain't great no more. Or they ain't as good as they can be. First of all, because he had a tough fight with Lamont Roach, does not mean Shakur Stevenson can beat Tank. Does not mean a lot of those fighters can beat Tank. These are facts. Sometimes you run into, listen, when he fought Pitbull Cruz, niggas was out here talking about Pitbull Cruz won the fight. I'm like, what fight y'all looking at? The man actually sat there and outboxed him. And you still thought Tank lost the damn fight. You still was hating on him. He gave him a hell of a fight, though. Even the motherfuckers was saying that they know Tank won the fight. They still was criticizing him. Now, let me say this to all the motherfuckers out here that have been hating on Tank since this last fight with Lamont Roach. Like Carissa Shields. You motherfuckers thought Tank was going to run through Lamont Roach. You didn't see Lamont Roach handling his business in that ring like a lot of us did. You so much hated on Tank, you and show no respect to Lamont Roach. That's why these motherfuckers be fake out here, man. Then Lamont Roach gets in there and puts on one of the best performances he ever put on in his life. To hang with one of the best in the world in the sport of boxing. And you motherfuckers are sitting there acting like something wrong with Tank? No, something wrong with y'all because y'all downplayed Lamont Roach. Not Tank. Not people that actually is not hating on Tank or biased when it comes to Tank. We fuck with Tank. We rock with Tank. We fans of him. He from the city. You know I got to fuck with him. But I ain't that biased or closed-minded to act like nobody can get in that motherfucking ring and get him a run for his money. I said this shit from the beginning. If Tank mental ain't right, because I was watching this shit. I was watching Tank interviews. I said, if his mental ain't right, he ain't on this game. Lamont Roach told him that. Nigga, you gonna fuck around and lose. Then I told motherfuckers, I say, yo, do not sleep on Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach is like that. Number one, they got a history. And second of all, Lamont Roach is like that. Some of you motherfuckers talking about he was too small. He was this. He was that. He ain't on Tank level. Okay. And what happened? All y'all hate motherfuckers that hate on Tank, now y'all criticizing them because we tried to warn y'all that Lamont Roach was like that. And he was going to get Tank a run for his money. I said that shit. Only thing I was shocked that Lamont Roach actually really genuinely did, that I seen that he did, he had good defense. He had very, very good defense. I believe he watched the Pitbull Cruz fight. Because that was one of the real reasons that why Lamont Roach ain't get knocked out or Pitbull Cruz ain't get knocked out. Because they had good defense. They had good, shit, they might have had great defense that night. Everything else Lamont Roach did, I expected him to do. But his defense, that shit, it surprised me. That's why it was a very tough fight. Because of Lamont Roach defense. His skills is there. His skills is like that. His power is decent. I ain't even gonna say decent, it's good. Very good at that. He got power. But that's the one thing that I keep telling motherfuckers, you criticize Tank so much. Tank got a fucking chin. Lamont Roach was hitting him with some shit. But be back to the Carissa Shields and people like her. This is my point. You can't sit here now and shit on Tank because of the Lamont Roach fight. Because before this fight, Tank was knocking niggas out. And you still was hating. Now, we told you he was fighting somebody that was like that. You downplayed it. Now you want to criticize Tank? Listen, this is why it ain't good to hate on people. You can dislike a fighter, but you don't hate on them. You don't hate on this. Listen, I don't like Bud Crawford. Personally, don't like him. Think he's a bad businessman. Think he's an asshole. And he's a phony to me. But the one thing I won't do is talk about his skills. I mean, allow his skills. Terrence Crawford is like that. These, man, the hate levels in people is highly disturbing. Shout out to my brother Bell in the building. What up, brother Bell? I'm chilling, bro. Niggas already got me a little hot already in the morning.
It'll be a better fight. I think that Lamont has the mental edge. I think anybody right now will have the mental edge over Tank because, to me, he just needs to take some serious time to, like, you know, deal with whatever he's having to deal with. Nobody knows what it is, but I mean, me being a fighter, I have done plenty of camp.
Yeah. Shut your ass up. At least you admit that you don't know what he's dealing with, and you don't know what the fuck going on. Listen, I believe Tank. I'm gonna tell you part of what Tank's problem was in that fight. Tank let, and I never seen this from Tank, and that's why I didn't like a lot of this shit. I didn't see any. Listen, I don't care what fighter. They can all lie. They can all lie. But the real fighters tell you they fear when they walking down that ring. I didn't see no fear in his eyes. I didn't see no fear. I seen a dude that was way too comfortable with his opponent that was in front of him. And that's what Tank's problem was. It wasn't that he wasn't focused like that. He wasn't in shape or no shit like that. He was too comfortable and he didn't have no fear. You can even say he was too arrogant. Or you can even, I don't even think he really genuinely, truly underestimated Lamont Roach. He was just way too confident. Sometimes you can be way too confident. If you don't take a fighter as seriously as you're supposed to. That was Tank's problem. I seen the shit when he was walking out there with Jim Jones in there. I said, this nigga don't look like he got no care in the world. Listen, people, I ain't afraid to criticize Tank. Listen, I didn't like that his confidence was way too high like that. I didn't see no fear in his eye. And he fought like that. Listen, first of all, that was the worst I have ever seen Tank fight. And I mean that genuinely off of just ring IQ. I ain't talking about skills. I'm talking about his ring IQ. It was like, nigga, you just thought he almost fought like when he first started fighting. And I thought Tank grew from that after that. What was that? Probably that between that Rolly fight, that Pitbull Cruz and what's her name? The dude, oh god damn it. Mexican dude, man. Shit. I just say, because I can't think of the dude name right now, but when he fought Pitbull Cruz, I said, damn, I see some different shit in Tank. And then from that fight on, I seen when he fought Rolly, he fought that smart. When he fought Hector Garcia and how he fought Ron Garcia. And then even how he fought Frank Martin. I say, yo, that's how you could tell. I know when Tank is using his ring IQ. The problem with that fight was Tank was way too confident and he didn't use his ring IQ. I don't know what the fuck Tank was thinking about, but that wasn't a good. And listen, I don't know if it was the game plan that Hunter had they did in that corner, but that wasn't it. That wasn't it. And no disrespect to Hunter. He great trainer. One of the greats. Hall of Fame, if you ask me. But listen, that wasn't it. A lot of shit went wrong. It wasn't just Tank mental. I don't think it was a mental thing. I really genuinely thought that Tank was way too confident. And sometimes that can get in the way of you having a bad performance. Honestly. Just being real. I don't think it had nothing to do. Listen, some boxers can tune out shit that's going on around them outside of the ring. When they get in that ring, it can get different. I have never Tank been through some shit, bro. Outside of the ring before when he fought. This ain't got nothing to do. I don't think it got nothing to do with Tank mental. Tank want to retire. I know that shit. But you know, that's why, in a sense, I can't wait till this year's up for him. Because I believe he does need some time off. Because sometimes you just not in the game don't fast. It doesn't do nothing for you no more. You didn't reach the high plateau. Sometimes you could have reached your goal already. You don't have a goal after you reached your goal. So that could be part of what it is with Tank. That's why, she said, it don't like as hard as in boxing. It may not even just be about that. It just, I met my goals. I got what I needed. I just want to, some people, Floyd did this. Floyd was talking the same way around, like he was around this time, age range. And Floyd took time off, enjoyed his life, enjoyed his family, spent his money, enjoyed this, all the money he made. Listen, I know him and, excuse me, I know Tank and Floyd don't talk. Ain't good. Listen, those niggas are actually genuinely the same type of people. Believe it or not. They genuinely the same type of people. When it comes to how they think a little. When it comes to this boxing shit. They are actually genuinely more alike than people think. Only difference is that Tank, at this time in his career, he got way more power. His hands ain't fucked up like Floyd is. So Floyd turned into Money Mayweather. And I think that's what Tank needs to start doing. That's why he may need this time off. He may need to, reform, turn to something, reform his career, turn like you had Pretty Boy, and then he turned himself into Money Mayweather. And this may need to happen to Tank. And you gotta understand, Tank getting a lot of this success and a lot of this shit happening to him at a very young age. Like, Floyd wasn't in this position where Tank is at this point. Like, honestly. We talk about Floyd, Tank got this contract that he has with Amazon Prime for 4 or 5 fight deal or some shit like that. Floyd didn't get that shit till like the end of his career. Like, so you gotta understand that. So a lot of the success that Tank is getting, like, he doesn't supposed to be getting this type of shit yet. Like, you know what I mean? He's just so much of a, there's so much of an aura around him, and it's something special about him. And give it up to Floyd, because I never take this away from Floyd helping them get to this point. And you got to think about the big man upstairs. The big man upstairs put him in this position very fast. So, but everybody say they want this position, but everybody can't handle it. You ever notice all the other fighters that be hating, talking bad about Tank, them niggas is, I'm not saying they hurting for money like that, but they're not making the money Tank make. And they mad about that shit. A lot of them mad that they ain't as big as Tank. Because they think they got all these belts and all this other shit, but Tank don't have to have these belts to be big. Tank can have one belt, and he's good. These niggas gotta go undisputed and, you know, have 2-3 different belts and all this shit. Yo, Tank he never had to do that. And so that's why you see a lot of the envy and the hate come from these dudes. Even Claressa Shields, she's listen. Only reason Claressa Shields is no, she don't have power, right? She ain't knocking motherfuckers out. She ain't that much of a superior boxer like that to me. And you know what I mean? Listen, her ring IQ very high. She got skills. She ain't this superior boxer like that. But yeah, like, if it wasn't for her to being undisputed and getting all these belts, nobody know who the fuck she is. Like, honestly, she wouldn't be as popular. She wouldn't have the little fame that she does have. Nobody know who the fuck she would be. I mean, nobody would know who she is. But, you know, listen, people, I am a boxing fanatic. I love boxing, bro. I watch this shit. Listen, I'm telling you, yo, a lot of these boxers, they're not, they talk a lot. They talk a lot on the internet. See, the internet could big you up and it can expose you as well. Because a lot of people on the internet be fronting. They do it all the time. Even the athletes, they do it all the time. They're not like that. And you starting to see that a lot of these motherfuckers ain't really like that. People talk, they can say whatever they want to say about Tank. Tank been fighting people. Shakur hasn't been fighting nobody. Devin Haney, only real fight he has had is against Lomachenko and motherfucking Ryan Garcia. You see, they thought that he lost against Lomachenko. I didn't think so. I thought he won it by 1 or 2 rounds. But the Ryan fight, he definitely lost. I don't give a people talking about PDs. Listen, man. If you that more of a superior boxer like that, I don't give a fuck how dangerous he is. I mean, how juiced up he is. First of all, this nigga was drinking, smoking, doing alcohol. If you can do all that shit and you have all them PDs and you drinking and smoking and not training like you supposed to, it don't matter if you taking PEDs. You gonna look like shit. Ryan Garcia looked like shit out there. Ryan Garcia looked one-dimensional. Let me just say this. He was more in shape when he fought Tank, right? But how he fought Tank is the same way he fought Devin Haney. One-dimensional. He didn't show all these crazy boxing skills and shit like that, like you seen something new that Ryan did. He didn't do nothing new. What it was, the difference between Tank and Devin thought he could sit there and brawl and try to put on this before. That ain't you, nigga. And he wound up getting his ass knocked down a couple times. Give him his props for getting up. I heard people say, well, he did stun Ryan. He ain't knock him out. Ryan ain't got the biggest chin like that. He ain't knock him down once. That's how you know Devin Haney ain't got no power. It was so much wrong that Devin Haney, it was almost like what you seen with Tank in the fucking Lamont Roach fight. You fighting that man's fight. You trying to put on for the crowd. Like, nigga, fight your fight. The crowd already on your side. You need to just do what you supposed to do, what made you you. That's the one thing I give Floyd his props. He didn't give a fuck about what the crowd thought, bro. To a certain extent, as long as he got that W. Listen, all the criticism that Floyd used to get, he was a born fighter. You heard it from the analysts, to the people that interviewed him at the end, to the fighters, to a lot of the fans. You think Floyd gave a fuck? Like that? Like he genuinely gave a fuck? Nigga, as long as he got that W, nigga, and got that bag, he was good. And Tank got to get to that point in his life. You got to fight how you fight. They say you start off slow. You don't throw a lot of punches. You only knock out orders. Let them think how the fuck they want. As long as you get the W and get that bag, you don't give a fuck about none of that shit. The fans used to hate on Floyd. They still showed up. You know why? They showed up to see him lose. And Floyd understood that. Bring in all these motherfuckers, bring all the people in that want to hate. Come pay this money to see me lose and watch me win at the end. That's where Tank fucked up in the fight. And then mind you, I want y'all to understand something too. It's almost the same shit that happened to Floyd when he fought Mandana. Floyd had some shit going on in his life. He wasn't fully right in the head, right? A lot of shit was going on with him. He was I watched that fight, he was way too confident. Thought he was just going to go in there and run over Mandana. I'll about to do all this shit. You know, do the Floyd, right? Do what Floyd does. And Mandana put on a motherfucking fight. 2 times. Like, Mandana didn't, the second fight wasn't, like, Mandana got his ass whooped like that. Floyd just did better than he did the first fight. And I believe that's why what happened with Tank. But Tank looked bad in that fight. And not skill-wise, none of that shit. It just, his mental was not that, I mean, his IQ wasn't there. I don't know what the fuck. He was thinking, he was trying to put on for the fans too much. He was too arrogant. But anyway, let's move on.
Was depressed and where I was going through anxiety. So it's not an easy thing to get over, especially when you don't have the support from certain people that you used to have. You're not motivated and stuff like that. So it can be very, very tough. So I just hope that he gets the help he needs And I think Lamont Roach did a great job that fight. I think if he'd been a little bit more aggressive, he could have really won, like a unanimous decision. But he kept stepping off the gas. So, I mean, now that he can take punches.
He can't take punches. See, this is what I don't like about, listen, just because boxers can box doesn't mean that they know what the fuck they saying. Right? Let me just say this. Lamont Roach fought like I thought he would fight. The only thing I told y'all, again, was his defense. It doesn't mean that he can take a Tank punch. And Tank fought recklessly. He wasn't as accurate as he was. That's why I say he just threw his whole ring IQ out the window. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. But if Tank would have fought him smarter, he'd have knocked Lamont Roach out. He caught Lamont Roach with shots, but they wasn't accurate. I know Tank how he fights. They wasn't accurate power punches. That's how Tank knocked niggas out. Because listen, I don't want to give away all the secrets with Tank, but I know how Tank knocked niggas out. I'm just telling y'all that. He didn't fight that type of fight. Lamont Roach got a chin, but he didn't get hit accurately. I'm just going to say that. Number two, his defense was like that. That's what shocked me about him. And the third thing, like I kept saying, Lamont Roach wasn't scared of Tank. And that could have fucked Tank up a little bit too. That this nigga ain't scared of you, bro. You thought you can just throw them crazy ass power punches like that and he blocking some of that shit. Yeah, it sting. It hurt a little bit, but it ain't knocking him out. It ain't hurting him like that. And he catching some of that shit. And that frustrated Tank a little bit. There was a lot of shit in that fight I seen that Tank just looked bad, bro. And he's at this point in his career, he should know better. But I believe, my honest opinion, I genuinely believe, my opinion, but from motherfuckers I know that know Tank. Listen, Barry Hunter shouldn't have been in that corner, bro. Because there was adjustments that I know that Coach Cal and Coach Kenny would have told Tank he had to make. The vibe was off. And listen, give Lamont Roach all the props in the world. I ain't taking nothing away from Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach did what he's supposed to do. But I'm going to tell you one goddamn thing. I hope this rematch does happen. From what I'm hearing, Lamont Roach is outpricing himself. I think Lamont Roach think because he got a draw with Tank, he's on the same level as Tank, or he think he deserved the same type of money. It's weird shit that he's doing behind the scenes. But he's going to outprice himself. And that shit's not going to work with Tank. It's not like the Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford thing where Tank actually needs that rematch back. Because he got the shit beat out of him or something. No, this ain't that Terrence Crawford, Earl Spence shit. This is more like a Floyd Mayweather, Madonna type shit. Yeah, you deserve an extra million or two. Shit, if I'm Lamont Roach, I'm like, look, nigga, just give me an extra million up front and let me see a little bit more on the back end. That's it. Not too much, but I want a little something more on the back end than I had before. That's it. You don't price yourself out because you're still not Tank. And believe it or not, let's just be real. You didn't beat Tank, right? So Tank don't have to give you a rematch. So that's what I mean of him outpricing himself. Like, don't go in there, yo, like, dude, stay hungry. Like, stay hungry. Or, like, yo, if you really think, if you're going to outprice yourself like that, then look, you know what you do? You go to the Shakur and be like, Shakur, fight me then. Let's get this shit popping. Because it looked like, and then what to do, Cepeda, he just won the other night, Saturday or something like that. So he just beat a Farmer. So it looked like he's the number one contender for Tank. They trying to unify. Listen, Tank could make way more money fighting Cepeda than he would fight when he would make with Lamont Roach. Let's just be real. Because Tank coming off of a draw, people feeling a certain type of way about Tank. Cepeda coming off of doing what he did to Farmer. It's a big fight, unifying the belts, the 2 belts or whatever. Like, yo, it'll be a way bigger fight. And I think if Cepeda, is he Mexican? He's something like that. I think he's Mexican. So he's gonna bring that Mexican fan base. So that fight gonna be even bigger. But if I'm Lamont, I'm like, yo, give me Lomachenko. If he want to overprice himself, fine. Give me Lomachenko or give me Shakur Stevenson. That's how you do that. My honest opinion, I don't believe Lomachenko will fight Lamont Roach. I don't think I believe Shakur may fight him if he can't get the Lomachenko fight, which look like it may not happen because Lomachenko don't look like he want to fight Shakur. Just because of Shakur ain't been fighting nobody, and because he knocked the dude out, not knocked him out, but he got a knockout against a goddamn plumber. Like, come on, bro. Like, you ain't fighting nobody, bro. And you was on the undercard. I keep telling y'all, Shakur is not going to fight anybody. Well, he's not going to be headlining a pay-per-view if he doesn't fight anybody. That's why he hasn't fought on pay-per-view yet. He's not fighting anybody. You say whatever you want to say about Devin Haney. At least he fighting some names. He fought names. Shakur ain't fighting nobody, bro. And I stand on that shit. Like, people gotta be real about this shit. Stop just hating or being biased all the fucking time, bro. Like, no, bro. Like, Shakur's not fighting anybody. So he's not getting the fights that he's supposed to be fighting because he ain't fighting nobody. Shakur ain't been challenged at 135. He just haven't. And then when he was challenged, he ran the whole fucking fight.
I think Lamont will be even better in the rematch because he's going to take his punch, he's going to get those punches back, and he may not step off the gas this fight and he can win. But right now, I think Roach wins the rematch right now. Yeah. I think Roach wins the rematch only because I think Tank needs to he's figured out a way. Sometimes your anger helps you in a fight. you don't want to completely lose it. You have to know how to use it. And I think he's so frustrated with other parts of his life that it's hard for him to use all of it inside the ring. Mm-hmm. So I think he.
First of all, that ain't true. That ain't true. The problem is with Tank is that, like I said, I can see how she looking at it from afar. Cool, whatever. People got their opinion, but it ain't true. I know what's going on with Tank. A lot of personal shit. I actually genuinely know. But I ain't gonna get into that. Listen, let me just say this. The things I can tell you. The part of it was Tank don't listen. He's at that point in his career where Floyd was. He want to retire. He want to take time off from this shit. He genuinely does. He's not happy with the politics of excuse me, of boxing. And he reached a point in his career where he's not even enjoying none of the success. And let me explain something to you. When you listen, for some people, this is what I do have in like where me and Tank, we connect that. I mean, we connect in a lot of other days, but this is where I can connect with him at. As a parent, bro, when you're not present, and you're not doing things with your kids, you're not there to do the special things with them. Yo, sometimes, bro, it could sadden you. You could be depressed. It could fuck you up mentally. So that could be part of what that is. He just need to really be there with his kids. Half the time, Tank is training in a year. He's training more than he's around them kids. So you got to understand that he's taking care of business and shit. Taking care of others. Like, yo, you're not spending the time that you need to spend with your kids. And that could be a part of what's going on with him. Well, I ain't gonna say a part. I know that's what's going on with him. Right? Now, the other part of this is something that's going on with Coach Cal and them. I know what it is, but I can't tell y'all exactly what that is. But I'm telling you, shit ain't right. Shit ain't right. And it's on both sides. It's not on Coach Cal and Coach Kenny's side. It's partly on Tank. They say the right shit in the media, right? But something ain't right. And I know it ain't right, but I'm not going to speak on that. I know exactly what it is or why you didn't see Coach Cal be the head trainer. I know exactly why. But I ain't going to speak on that. And I'm going to get that personal into that. But listen, Lamont Roach will not win the next. If they do a rematch, they won't win. Lamont Roach won't win. I'll tell you this. Lamont Roach will get knocked out the next fight. I guarantee you that. And the only way I guarantee that, if I know if Tank and Coach Cal got fixed whatever the fuck, and Coach Kenny, they got to fix that. That shit got to be right. If that's right, Lamont Roach getting knocked the fuck out. Early. Not late, early. Because Tank is pissed. He's real pissed. And I'm telling you, I know why a lot of the shit happened in that fight on just on a personal level. Right? Like, I can't tell y'all a lot of that shit, but I know why a lot of that shit happened. But big up to Lamont Roach for doing what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to do what he's supposed to do. I mean, what he did. So I ain't mad at that. I give him all the props in the world. But that's her opinion. She would think that Lamont Roach would win again in a rematch. Okay, cool. Tank had one fight that where he won all the way mental there. Now, that's what I mean by they talk about skills ain't like that, power ain't like that. Like, okay, cool. Trying to tell you, yo, people can have fucked up fights, bro. Sometimes you can run into a fighter that just have your number. But Lamont Roach could be that for Tank. They said that about Pitbull. The only reason Pitbull never got that rematch back was because Tank beat him. And it wasn't in money wise, it wasn't going to be as big of him fighting Rolly. And you got to say he was still under Mayweather Promotions. So he had to fight Rolly Romero. They was trying to, listen, I know a lot of shit. Tank don't like talk about this shit, but I know behind the scenes, Floyd was trying to put people in Tank way that he thought that Tank would lose. He was putting people like the Pitbull cruise ship was just a fill-in, but that was strategic too, right? But the Rolly shit, Rolly wasn't even supposed to be in that position to fight Tank. They wasn't on the same level, but Floyd did that shit because he was intentionally trying to get Tank to lose because he knew Tank was unhappy with the contract. He found out and other shit that was going on. Floyd was accusing him of fucking his daughter. I ain't gonna say I don't know, but I'm gonna leave that be. So it was a lot of tension there. So Floyd was intentionally trying to see Tank lose. Listen, y'all see AB, right? Shout out to AB. Adrian Broner. Floyd was doing shit behind the scenes to Adrian Broner too. Honestly. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of what AB have been in his career, a lot of that shit is his fault. But it was politics behind the scenes that Floyd was doing to AB. That's real talk. Shout out to my brother Game in the building. What's going on, bro? Good morning. But listen, a lot of fucked up shit was happening behind the scenes, man. I tell you, politics is in everything, bro. People be behind the scenes doing fuck shit to people. I'm telling you, even you work at McDonald's, nigga, you can work at fucking Walmart or fucking work at a gas and electric company. You can work, be a tech guru, work at a tech. I mean, work at a UPS. You know what I mean? Amazon. Like, it don't matter what the occupation is, bro. It's politics behind that shit, and people be doing cruddy shit behind the scenes to see you succeed. Especially if they think that you're better than them. I seen that shit happen to me in the last 10 years. I seen that shit. Honestly, it be some envy and hate with motherfuckers, bro. You know what I mean? But let's move on.
I think therapy helped.
Is it a similar fight or is it completely different now that both have had time with each other in 12 rounds?
It depends on who make the most adjustments.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They usually say the rematch favors the boxer. Who would be the boxer in this?
Hell, they both were some boxers, but Tank is a knockout puncher. He can win, he can lose 3-4 rounds, but he gonna knock your ass the hell out. You're gonna get caught.
And that's what I'm saying. that's why I don't understand why, like, she's, listen, Claressa Shields has she has a very high IQ. You can tell in that fight Tank wasn't boxing. He was not boxing. There was no ring IQ in that shit. That nigga was just out there just putting on for the fans. And I didn't like that shit. Because he got this mystique and shit about him. And he kind of ran with that shit. Then his corner wasn't right. But this nigga wasn't boxing, bro. Listen, my people, this nigga wasn't boxing. I watched all Tank fights. Listen, I'm telling you, this is the worst I've seen him fight. Even when he first started off, he was just as wild. How he fought in this fight, it was like he fought in the beginning of his career. And you got the opposition is better than what he fought back then to a certain extent, right? Because you got to move up levels. So you can't be fighting them niggas how you used to fight back then, how you fight these dudes now. You're on a different level. And Tank just out, man. That shit look bad. But Claressa Shields got a very high IQ. I don't know why she's saying this shit like Tank was boxing. He was not boxing. He was slugging with this nigga, and he shouldn't. He almost did a Devin Haney out that motherfucker. But the only difference was Tank had a chin. You seen Tank get rocked a couple of times by Lamont Roach. Some people say he just got caught because he never hurt Tank, but he rocked his ass. Move on.
Caught Lamont, but Lamont didn't go nowhere. So I favor the boxer.
And the reason Lamont Roach didn't go nowhere, two things. Number one, and I give Lamont Roach, which I didn't see, and I'm going to give him props. He had great defense. He had very, very good and great defense. I didn't see that coming. He had very, very good defense. Listen, the other part was Tank was not boxing. So he wasn't accurate even with his power punches. He wasn't finding openings and shit. He wasn't looking to find these openings. He wasn't even boxing. That's why when he was hitting Lamont, it rocked him. Lamont Roach may got hurt once or twice, maybe. But he rocked him. That's why Lamont Roach said, oh, his power ain't like that. You heard Rolly say, his power ain't really like that. I ain't feel his power. It wasn't because it's not the power. I mean, it's the power, but it's the accuracy. It's the accuracy of how you land punches. And that comes with a ring IQ. That comes with using your boxing skills. And Tank didn't do that. And that's why Lamont Roach comes out, say, oh, his power, because he didn't get accurately clipped. You name all the fighters that he clipped. He accurately knocked their ass out. Some of us you ain't gonna knock out, bro. Because they got good defense and they got a chin. That's Pitbull. Pitbull had a fucked up fight against the other dude, Louis, whatever his name is, that just lost to the Russell brother. Antoine Russell. See how Antoine Russell was hitting him with shit. Still ain't knock him out. Pitbull Cruz was hitting him with some shit, ain't knock him out, ain't hurt him. Listen, some dudes just got chins, bro. You ain't gonna knock everybody out. Sorry. I don't know why people think that. You listen, If you stand still or get caught not blocking or whatever, yeah, of course anybody can get knocked out. But come on, bro. This is why I don't like Claressa Shields. She know better to be speaking like this. This shit is reckless. Let's move on. I don't like her personally, but I believe she has a very high IQ when it comes to this boxing shit. And for her to be speaking like this is almost like you just hating. You being disingenuous.
In most of my fights, girls have been stronger than me, and I'm the better boxer, and I've always favored myself. So I guess I favor Lamar Roach in a rematch.
All right, Claressa, any parting words? Anything you want to say? This is your time. I know you had your movie, inspirational story as well. You said on Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
first of all, let me just say this. Motherfucking, what's the name was a better boxer? Well, they was equally. I think Frank Martin was a better boxer than Tank. I give him that edge. The power, it was about there. The Tank never denied this nigga got brick hand. He can punch. He hurt you. Right? Now, Tank walked him down. And the reason only Tank walked him down because he was scared. Because he knows Tank's power. But the reason that he beat Frank, because Frank wasn't skilled enough. Right? Like he wasn't skilled enough. And that's why Frank lost that fight. Boxing skills, he was on Tank level. Power, he was damn near close to it. He just wasn't skill level. He just was not on Tank level. IQ-wise. You put Shakur in front of Tank right now. If Tank was to fight Shakur next, Shakur wouldn't win that fight. You know why? Because he doesn't have no power. He doesn't have power. He does not have enough power to keep Tank off him. I don't give a damn how great your like they were talking about Floyd. Floyd used to keep motherfuckers up off of him because he had great IQ. His IQ was crazy, but he had great defense. Floyd is the best defensive fighter I've ever seen in my life. So he can avoid shots. That was his thing. But he used to keep the third thing. He used to keep them power punchers off of him. Was because of the simple fact he had enough power to keep him off him. So if you got all three of those things, it don't matter if a motherfucker's a knockout artist. That don't mean you gonna knock out a Floyd Mayweather. You seen Shane. Shane had that power to knock Floyd the fuck out. Nobody questioned Floyd's chin. We didn't see Floyd get hit with shots before. But Floyd tried to sit in there and brawl with this nigga, sit right there in the pocket. That ain't your skills. You're sitting there trying to brawl with a nigga that's more powerful than you. That's stupid. What happened after that? After Floyd got stunned, got hurt twice. What happened? Floyd switched up, got his shit. He still stood in the pocket, but the difference was he understood. Nigga, I gotta get back to boxing too. Got to use my IQ. Oh, now I know what you do. Floyd knew Just can't stay there. Take a step back. Take a 2 step back. Take a 3 step back. He knew, but he stayed in that pocket. Go watch that fucking fight with him and Shane. He never hurt Shane. He never hurt him. He frustrated him. Can't touch this motherfucker. And he hit me. Oh, shit pissing me off. It's not even hurting Shane. It was just enough of letting that motherfucker know I hit hard enough to keep your bitch ass up off me. And my IQ is higher than yours, and my skills is better than yours. My defense is better than yours, way above yours. That's why Floyd did what he did. Claressa Shields. You haven't, let me just be real. Claressa Shields is the Terrence Crawford of boxing. They ain't fighting nobody. They're not really, and it's even worse for Claressa Shields because with women fighters that she can fight. Because what she fighting at? Heavyweight now? Light heavyweight? Who y'all know up there? Nobody knows them. All the good fights that she can have is at 147. But let's be real. She ain't fighting nobody, bro. She the Terrence Crawford of boxing. They ain't fighting nobody. And I give Terrence a little bit more because he actually has fought a couple of motherfuckers that's like, okay, cool. But you look at Claressa Shields, she ain't fighting nobody, bro. She ain't fighting nobody. Let's be real. This woman is not fighting nobody. That's why at this point, her fighting whoever she fighting is just her trying to get a payday. She ain't fighting no damn body. Like, please just stop. Let's go to a quick commercial break, people. We'll be right back. All right, people, we're back from quick commercial break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live stream so we go live, people. If you can donate to the channel, go to OBF The Real Cash App. We highly appreciate it. All right, let's get back into it. It's almost over. We're get ready to go to this motherfucker Terrence Crawford shit.
Theaters, if you want to go and let people know about that as well.
Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime now. The Fire Inside. It was in theaters for 2 months, but it's not now. But you can go watch it. The Fire Inside on Prime.
All right, Claresssa, appreciate the time. Thank you.
For sure.
Claressa Shields is trash. And I'm talking about on the point of she ain't fighting nobody, y'all. And she should be ashamed of herself for putting out disinformation about Tank Davis that he what's the name? He got evicted. This man made, listen, I'm gonna just tell y'all something. There's probably more than this, but I'm gonna be real. since he fought Ryan Garcia, Tank then fought shit, I can say that. No, I go back. Since Tank fought Mario Barrios, Tank been making $5 million upfront money. Upfront money. $5 million. Since the Mario Barrios fight. So when he fought Pitbull Cruz, he made $5 million upfront. We ain't gonna talk about the back end of that money, him selling out stadiums and all that shit, that crazy money. Right? After that, he fought Rolly Romero in the Broccoli Center. You know that nigga made about $20-25 million overall. Okay? After that, he fought Hector Garcia in DC. Sold that bitch out. He made about 25, close to $30 million. Then his next fight after that was one of his biggest fights financially in his career, was Ryan Garcia. This nigga made about $60-70 million overall. So you talking about a dude that damn near to go past that, he just fought Frank Martin. He made about 25-30 million. Whoever, the Lamont Rowe shit, the nigga just made about 30 million. But let's be real. Tank don't make nothing less under 25 to 30 million a fight. Let's just be real. And listen, that's just a ballpark figure. I'm telling you, it's probably more than that. Listen, half of these dudes ain't making nowhere close to that. You know where Tank make a lot of his money at? Yeah, the pay-per-views, it's okay, it's cool. We get that. The nigga make his money when he in them stadiums, in them arenas. Because the PBC will give you some upfront money, 5-10 million. You Canelo, you might get 20-25 million upfront. Depends who he fighting. But Canelo make a lot of money on the back end. That's how the PBC does it. That's why you ask name the PBC fight. You never hear them really genuinely complaining about making no money. They make money, bro. That's why when Earl got the fight with Terrence, you don't see Earl fighting no more. Earl made about probably $50 million overall. But through the years he been fighting, nigga, he been fighting for $3 to $5 million a fight. However big the opponent is. He been making fucking money. $5 million is a lot of money, bro, up front. And then you know on the back end. So them niggas making money 10, 15 million on the back end. Depends how they sell out the stadiums and the pay-per-views. Like, are y'all fucking kidding me? Listen, people, you only fight on pay-per-view if you make money. Right? People think it's just about the pay-per-view sales. Listen, if you can sell out stadiums, sell out arenas, like big arenas, yeah, everybody know pay-per-views been going down because people, it's easy access to people to get pay-per-views, right? Like that people buy, going through YouTube, going through the internet, getting that shit for free, right? So the pay-per-views go down. right? But if you selling out fucking arenas and stadiums, yo, that's where your money comes in at, on that back end. People keep thinking it's about the pay-per-view sales. No, the pay-per-view sales help you get that upfront money the next fight. It's not like it used to be. You get big pay-per-view sales, then nigga, you get bigger back ends. No. Or you get bigger upfront money and back ends? No. With the motherfucker, how they set it up now, plus at the PBC, nigga, if you get upfront money, may not be that much money, 3 to 5 million, maybe 10, depends who you are, right? Back end money gonna be bigger. And that means more of selling out stadiums. The pay-per-view sales just help you get that upfront money the next fight. Pay-per-view's been down, bro. Nobody really even got whoever still got cable is stupid. Or they old as fuck and they don't know what the fuck going on. Nobody got no fucking cable no more, bro. Like motherfucker like me, I don't have cable. Motherfuckers even know how to cheat the streaming industry. That's how bad shit is. The internet is the wild, wild west, bro. Like, you don't have to pay for this shit no more. You don't have to pay for nothing if you don't want to watch it. I mean, if you don't want to pay for it. You don't have to pay for it. Like, I don't even understand what. Listen, Netflix is still big as it is, bro. And that's because of streaming. But I don't even know why people pay for Netflix. You don't have to pay for that shit, people. I know how you not have to pay for it. Boy, listen, man. But anyway. But I'm just trying to tell you, man. The shit ain't how it used to be. The problem is that with the internet, that's why the country is so fucked up. You just look at the internet. Like, it's so easy for people to have access to shit and steal and commit crimes on the fucking internet and scam people, right? People to cheat. It's so easy to do it. That's why society is the way it is. Y'all not paying attention to how shit really is. We all out here doing some criminal shit and we don't even know it. Some of us do, some of us don't. We don't see that big of a deal of it. Why y'all think y'all see the movement of the government? Right? I'm gonna get too political, but why y'all think y'all see the government doing what it's doing? With Trump and them and all the rich. They got their guy in there. Trump is their guy. And they get rid of all the regulations that help us. All this other shit. They want to control the net. Trump want to control the networks, all that shit. He want to do all that shit. It's a reason for that. A lot of reasons for it. But one of the main reasons is because these companies know they're not making no money. Only motherfuckers that really making money like that, genuinely, as far as the streaming shit, it's probably Amazon Prime Apple, and Spotify. Everybody else ain't making no motherfucking money, man. How you see the social media, the YouTubes, all that other shit, they making money. That's why you see them more and more putting ads, Facebook, all them, Instagram, putting ads every time you see a video. That's how they making their money. Even the YouTube channels, you see them all the time. They make their money off of the ad companies promoting their shit. You see what YouTube used to be? YouTube used to be, you could make more money off of YouTube back then. You can't make more money now because they got all these restrictions in it now. Because the ad people came in that normally you would see on mainstream media, because it's cheaper here, right? They got it this way now. So you can pay cheaper here for ad on social media than you can pay on mainstream media. So now it's more restricted because now these companies like, well, we don't like that. We don't like this person. So now that's why it's more more strict on YouTube, so Facebook, Instagram, shit like that. It's more stricter. The rules are stricter because the simple fact of the ad people. It's almost like social media is the new mainstream media. The crazy shit about it, people don't pay attention. People get a couple of dollars in their pocket and they change their whole life. If that was the case, we got on social media to stop the narrative from these motherfuckers, corporations controlling us. Now they controlling us even on social media. What we can and can't say. Because niggas so scared we can't make this money. You can't even say rape on this shit. You say rape, you ain't getting no money. I can say it, I ain't monetized. I don't give a fuck about making no money from YouTube or no goddamn advertising. When we can't say rape. Somebody got raped. We can't say that. That's a curse word now? You crazy. But the crazy shit about him, you can hear nigga. We can say nigga all day, every day. White supremacists can get on these platforms and say all types of racist shit, and they get advertising, they get money, they get paid by these YouTube people. They get paid all the time. But we can't say the word rape. Please. So I tell y'all, man, they took over this shit. That's why the country is in the position that we are in right now, because the people are stupid. And then the older people that's supposed to be our elders, not all of them, but a lot of them, they out of touch. Think about a lot of your elders. You see them on Facebook doing what? Taking pictures and capturing shit. Trying to be recognized. Because they in their last, the last quarter of their life. They don't give a fuck. I keep trying to tell y'all that. Listen, I'm not trying to disrespect my elders, but my elders are not, they are just not, they're not connected to the future. They won't be around for it. They're like in the beginning of the future, and they still don't even understand it. Listen, people, I can recognize this shit because of some fact I'm older. I don't understand all the technology shit. That's why I holler the young folks. I holler my nieces and shit. So I know what the fuck going on. Or I stay in tune. You don't get old if you have a purpose in life. You don't get old and just like when you get a certain age, I get it. But don't be sitting out here getting mad at the young folks because shit ain't how it used to be. If you just gonna go off in the sunset and live your old ass life, go live that. But time continues to go on with you or without you. Don't matter how much you put in this shit in life. That's why they tell you the people around you matter. How much they appreciate you or what you have done. Everybody think they gonna go out here and be a star. I gotta get on the internet to show everybody how great I am. Fuck out of here, man. That's why I told you a lot of people, they don't believe in God. They use that as some type of shit to get away with bullshit that they do. You think I do this shit to get famous, bro? I could have been got famous on the shit. I know what I had to do. I would need to do to get famous. I choose not to. Morally, I couldn't do it. Then number two, I don't do it for that. To get famous, nigga. I do it on some organic shit to try to reach people, to give people the truth about life. About what the fuck is going on around us. I don't give a fuck about that shit, nigga. I'd rather continue to go work hard. Get my money. Fuck out of here. I told you, my thing is I never want to be rich, but I never want to be poor. So I try to live in that gray area. Because you can lose yourself. Being poor can make you feel like a victim. In certain circumstances, right? Because that means you ain't got to keep fighting to do better, right? And then when you rich, you just get arrogant, you be a prick, and you act like you don't give a fuck about others. It's a lot of shit with that too. But when you balance in life where you care about both, you know what I mean? You don't want to be poor, you don't want to be rich. It's a balance that you can have. People don't understand that. I say it all the time. But anyway, let's get into this Terrence Crawford shit. He talks about the Canelo fight and shit. We're going to get into it. We're going to run this out. And then he talks about Earl Spence is not a Hall of Famer. Ridiculous.
It just felt like I was put here to lead, not to follow.
Yeah. 08, you missed out on making the Olympic team, became a professional. Years later, you become, you win weight classes. You won the championship, unified in junior welterweight and welterweight. And now you recently just went up to 154 pounds and fought Israel Madrimov. I watched the fight, and obviously, people saying it was, was it a close fight? I had you at least winning by 4 rounds. I really did, man. And I think if anybody,
first of all, the fight was trash. The whole event was trash to me. Because Terrence Crawford, once again, ain't fought nobody. They was trying to push Terrence Crawford of being this superstar dude that he don't have to fight nobody to put asses in the seats. First of all, when either you fought Earl Spence because he was bigger than you, Earl Spence lowered his. Listen, man. I love Earl Spence, man, but I'm so pissed at him of lowering his self-awareness, like not self-awareness, but like it's a word I'm looking for. He lower his standards in a way to Terrence Crawford. Like you wasn't bigger than him. You was bigger than him. Like Earl was not just selling in Texas, nigga. He was selling outside of Texas. And even when he sold in Texas, he was doing bigger numbers than Terrence Crawford was doing in his own hometown. So, like, it wasn't, you know what I mean? But I think Earl, by him being raised a certain type of way and kind of being this, like, real stand-up kind of dude, I think, and Earl really wanted to be undisputed. And it wasn't, he went against Al Heyman and the PBC. They was like, nah, nigga, this ain't a good idea. You giving them way too much. You the star. We built you. You the star. Let me explain something to y'all. If Earl Spence would have just said, you know what, look, Terrence, you want to take this fight, nigga, I get Boost this opportunity. He beat me, I beat him. It is what it is. I'm moving on anyway. I'm going to 154. We may do a trilogy if he beats me. But Earl has so much shit in front of him. He didn't need Terrence Crawford. Genuinely, he didn't. You know what Earl could have did? Earl could have not fought Terrence Crawford and said, oh, you know what? Yo, listen, man, I'm the A-side, nigga. Listen, this is what you gonna get. I'm not trying to blackball. I'm not trying to like lowball you. But nigga, this is what you get. I do this, I do that. You get this, you get that. Okay, well, cool. You don't want that? Okay, fine. Well, all right, bro. I'm dropping the belts. I'm going to 154. Earl could have went to 154 for somewhat of just as a bigger name than Terrence Crawford. Like, he didn't need Terrence Crawford, bro. And fucking the PBC kept telling this nigga that you out here giving this nigga all this shit for nothing. And let me just say this. At the end of the day, PBC was right. You gave him all this shit. Right? And the nigga had you out for a whole year. People keep forgetting Earl Spencer was in a tragic accident. He came back on the Mikey Garcia shit. He looked it decent. Okay. Then when he fought Ugas, you started to see the decline of Earl a little bit of the effects of that goddamn accident. Excuse me. Then after that, he said, nigga, I only want to fight, because he was going to fight Manny Pacquiao, but Ugas, Earl wasn't right. If something happened like that, he had to fight Ugas. Pacquiao had to fight Ugas. Because like I said, if Earl would have fought Manny Pacquiao, it ain't nothing that Terrence Crawford could have brought to the table other than that bullshit ass belt. Because he at that point in time, he would have beat a legend. He would beat one of the greats. So it ain't nothing that Terrence Crawford could have been trying to demand. Nothing. Not over one belt. Nigga, you wasn't even in. Yo, you didn't even pick up a belt. Then you was fighting Earl Spence leftovers. Cal Brooks. Motherfucking the fuck is his name? Can't think of his fucking name right now, but y'all know what I'm talking about. He fought Cal Brooks and motherfucking excuse me. Can't think of his name, but it come to me. But Terrence didn't fight nobody, bro. He's fighting Terrence Crawford leftovers and decided to get in a negotiation to fight Earl Spence. And he collected all the belts. He fought hard fights. Let's move on.
The things that you lost, I'm like, dude, you either don't like him or you're just not biased. But I can clearly say that you did win by at least 4 rounds. It was a clear win to me. We had Canelo Alvarez on the show. I don't know if you saw it. That's why I freaking sent you a message like, hey, no, we gotta get you on. And personally, Canelo Alvarez thinks you're not a 54 pounder. He believes that your real weight class is for you to go back down to 147 and just stay there. In other words, he's saying, nah, he's too small.
Let me just say this too, right? Canelo, I get what Canelo is saying, because the one thing about Canelo, and you can say whatever you want to say about Canelo, and I ain't the biggest fan of Canelo. Listen, Canelo did some shit that Manny Pacquiao did, right? Like, he genuinely went from 147, probably lower than that, but yeah, 147 to 154. Canelo created that fucking him and Floyd. They created that fucking that weight class. They both did that. I give them props for that. 154. I'm sorry, 154. They created that fucking weight class. He went from 147 to 154. And then he went to 160. Then he went to 168. And I think that was probably, I got to go back and look at it again. I think that was created too, in a way, by Canelo. No. I could be wrong. But he went to that. Like, he had steps of how he did shit. He went up levels. Terrence Crawford is coming from 135 to 140 to 147, 154, skipped over 160. He ain't even fought nobody at 160. And then at 154, nigga, you didn't look that, like, you look strong, but Now listen, people, I could be wrong about this. I haven't seen Terrence Crawford fight fighters that was way bigger than him. Like, I'm not just talking about weight, I'm talking about height. I seen Canelo do that. Like, motherfuckers was like, because I think he's gonna say some shit like Earl Spence was. Everybody said Earl was bigger than him. He was bigger than him. Weight-wise, he was. But if a nigga gotta come down and fight you at 147 at your weight class, you're a little nigga. You ain't that big like that. Not boxing type of shit. And then we seen how you did move up to 154. Nigga, like, you get in there with a solid dude that can punch at 154, you probably get knocked the fuck out, Terrence Crawford. Now you want to jump up 2 weight classes to fight Canelo Alvarez. They've been fighting there for a minute. Foot motherfuckers that was bigger than him. Now, he ain't fight a motherfucker like David Benavidez. We know better than that. But them niggas that he did fight was on that level. See, a lot of what happens is these niggas be sparring, fighting these bigger fighters, and they think they hit a motherfucker, and it's sparring, bro. It's not the same as a fight. When a nigga can pack on more weight. See, and let's be real. Terrence Crawford is in boxing shape, right? Canelo Alvarez is somewhat in boxing shape, but it's grown man weight. That where he at a certain age, that he can't go no lesser than that. And if he go lesser than that, he's not as strong as he gonna be. Like, you gotta put on some weight when you get older. It's like, I know if I worked out, right? Really worked out, I probably can get down to 150. But that's not healthy for me. I can get down to 150 if I really just be healthy, on some healthy shit, and, you know, stop drinking, smoking, eat the right food, exercise. I can get down to 150 easy. It's easy work. But to be real healthy for me, grown man, weight, probably 170. That's healthy weight for me. Around 165, 170. That's healthy weight for me. I start getting into like the fucking 180, 200. I start getting in that shit, nigga, I'm fat at that point. I'm out of shape. I'm not doing good. Right? Like, even like in the winters and shit, right? When I work, like, nigga, I gained 20 pounds. Right? Like, I'm going to start losing weight. I got to weigh myself again. But I'm probably at 170 or something like that. Maybe 175 or something like that. But I start to, shit, I'm probably at 180. Think about it. I'm probably 180, 185. But once summer start hitting, nigga, I can get down. Listen, I'll probably get down to about 165. Just off of sweating and exercising. I'm just telling you. And I eat pretty good through the summer and shit like that because I don't like a lot of hot food. So I eat a lot of like salads and shit. So I eat pretty good. I think would probably keep a little bit more weight on me is because I do drink. I drink beer and shit. Right? But if I cut that shit out, nigga, I probably can get down to 160. Like, honestly. But people gotta understand, they gotta understand their weight. Like, you gotta understand that shit. Terrence Crawford is not a big dude like that. It's one thing of sitting around not working out. Yeah, you probably can blow up the fucking 200 pounds if you don't fucking work out. And you not doing nothing. I blew up that way. Like, nigga, I always weigh 160, 150. I was like in my 30s. I was like in my late 30s or something. I mean, my late 20s. I'm sorry. Get ready to hit 30. Nigga, I got up to 200 pounds. Because I wasn't working, I wasn't taking care of myself, drinking, not doing that, eating all fucked up food. Wasn't doing nothing. You can blow, everybody can blow the fuck up. But if you get in shape, nigga, you cutting down half of that weight. Or at least 25% of it. So that means you probably will get down to about 160. Terrence Crawford is not a big dude like that unless he's not working out. He gained all this weight and that shit can slow him down. It's like almost like what's his name? The Charlo brother that fought Canelo. Like, nigga, he was way too big for Canelo is comfortable in that weight, bro. That's his natural weight. At 168. Like it's not the same, bro. Let's move on.
What's your take on that?
Well, that's his take. You know, there's a reason why Israel was so respectful in the fight. If you watch the fight, he did more feintings than punching. You know, anytime I let my hands go, he would grab me or move. You know, for the bigger guy, you should have been walking me down. You should have been bullying me if I'm not supposed to be in that weight division. You know, Canelo can say what do you say? You know, he had the right, but
he just doesn't feel like you're a 54 pounder. He believes that you're a real weight class. And again,
my real weight class
it's not Canelo trolling.
My real weight class is 168. You know what I mean? So I want.
That's because you want that payday, bro. And that's why you schemed and scammed. And Earl Spence, I'm so disappointed that nigga allowing this nigga to scam you the way he did. You're not on that level to even be. The only reason you even get in this fight with Canelo is because you beat Earl Spence. Because it was already set up for Earl if he was to beat Terrence Crawford or not fight Terrence Crawford, it was already set up for Earl to fight fucking Canelo at 168. This is real, or they was going to go to somewhere where catchweight would be. These are real facts. It was already set up. Earl fucked it up because Earl wanted to somehow thought that, you know, them belts would, I get it, but he thought that them belts would, if he would have been undisputed, it would have made him bigger. You was already, listen, Earl Spence is already still, right now, at this point in Terrence Crawford's career and Earl Spence's career, Earl is still bigger than him. He's still bigger than him. All Earl got to do is, what we hearing is come back and fight somebody that's somewhat decent in Texas and beat that motherfucker. Do y'all understand that if he does that, then now Earl is set himself up to where he's going to fight a champion at 154. Terrence Crawford said if he lose, that's what it look like if he lose. Because if he wins, Terrence Crawford is going to retire, man. He going to retire. Ain't no fucking reason for him to fight nobody else. If he beat Canelo, nigga, that's the greatest shit you ever done in your life. Please stop talking about I'm going to go back down there and I'm going to fight at 154. Please stop. That's a fucking lie. Let's go quick.
I just want to know if I'm too small for 168. I just want to know. You know, a lot of people, my whole life, been doubting me. I know I'm small. I know I'm smaller than Canelo. I know I'm smaller than these guys and whatnot, but
Yeah,
you know, that's the obvious.
Yeah, but Canelo's pretty short too. Canelo's
Yeah,
your
we
height too.
the same height.
For
We the
60,
same
yeah,
height.
exactly, for a 68 pounder. You know, but he is a you know,
Yeah.
freaking boulder. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a thick kid.
Yeah, we know that. That's something that we all can see. You know, that's nothing that don't go unnoticed.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, we got to see.
So you in a position right now to where it's
You hear him? You hear that bullshit he's saying? You hear that bullshit Terrence Crawford saying? Hold on. Let's go back. I want to go back. I want to go back just a little bit. Hold on.
And to me, we had Canelo Alvarez on the show. I don't know if you saw it. I saw Frank sent you a message like, hey man, we gotta get you on. And personally, Canelo Alvarez thinks you're not a 54 pounder. He believes that your real weight class is for you to go back down to 147 and just stay there. In other words,
Now, mind you, understand. Because I want people to understand about weight too. Understand why Canelo was saying that. Canelo blows up to about 200 and some pounds if he doesn't work out. But working out, he getting somewhat of a shape to about 168. And then this nigga still blows up after that fight. I mean, after that weigh-in to about a light heavyweight or a little bit over light heavyweight. Let's move on, man. I'm trying to tell y'all, this may not go like y'all think it's going to go, bro.
nah, he's too small. What's your take on that?
Well, that's his take. You know, there's a reason why Israel was so respectful in the fight. If you watch the fight, he did more feintings than punching. You know, anytime.
And I want y'all to understand something. Let's be very, very honest. You hear Terrence Crawford talking very calmly, respectfully when it comes to Canelo, right? Because hate it or love it about Canelo. Nigga, you ain't fighting Canelo if you disrespect him. You disrespect Canelo, you ain't getting no fight. Ask David Benavidez. And listen, and let me say this. It's because David Benavidez is a threat to him. A genuine threat. So, Canelo can say, nigga, I'm the money man. I don't got to fight you. That's the power Canelo got. Right? Second of all, Terrence Crawford know better to disrespect Canelo. You really want that fight, nigga? Canelo ain't even want to fight this nigga. Because, like Canelo said, he's too small. But the money they giving Canelo, I'm like, all right, cool. Let's do this. Canelo always said, it's not that I wouldn't fight Terrence Crawford. One reason, he's too small. Number two, nigga, you got to give me some money. And so Canelo is getting buku money to fight Terrence Crawford. Not because Terrence Crawford is a threat to him, because he's Canelo fucking Alvarez. I don't have to fight Terrence Crawford to make money. Canelo is at a point in his career he make $50 million up front. Whoever he fights. It doesn't matter. He's going to make 25 to 50 million up front. The back end is another different story. It's like when people be like, oh yeah, when I tell people Tank is the face of boxing, yes, I believe so. But when people say, hey, Canelo is the face of boxing, I can't get mad at niggas for that. I can't be, listen, we can have a debate, but yeah, can I get mad about that? No. Canelo makes that money, man. Tank and Canelo is those guys. You gotta fight them to make money. You think Terence Crawford, if he gets this fight, let me explain something to you. Terence Crawford ain't fighting nobody the rest of this year. Let me explain something to you who the money man is when this shit happens, right? Think about it. When Tank Davis for Hector Garcia, why Ron Garcia ain't do a tune-up or a fight or nothing? Why? Why the money man is fighting and the other motherfucker ain't fighting that year? You know why? Because he's the money man. He the motherfucker that make the money. Now, let's go back. Let's fast forward a little bit. Terence Crawford, he fought again against a nobody and fought. People was like, he can fuck the money, but he can lose. Who really thought he was going to lose to a motherfucker we ain't know? Fuck are we talking about? Earl Spence sat out a whole fucking year and didn't fight. That was Earl Spence's fault. You don't sit out a whole fucking year like that. I even told you about the Tank shit. I didn't like that shit. You just fought fucking Frank Martin. Nigga, you should be fighting at the end of the year. But that wasn't all on Tank. That was because motherfuckers didn't want to fight Tank. And the Tank did knock Frank Martin off. Top 5 contender. Top 5 fighter in the 135 division. Some motherfuckers scared to fight. Oh, Tank still saying they thought Tank fell off. So Tank had to take some bullshit ass fight. I ain't gonna say bullshit, but he had to take a fight with, let's just say this. Lamont Roche wouldn't have got this fight. Lamont Roche was the last result. So Tank can actually have a fight. Lamont Roche ain't supposed to got this fight, bro. That fight. He wasn't. Let's just be real. All the top dudes ducked him. Let's be real. Devin Haney lost. Ron Garcia was suspended. Shakur Stevenson signed a contract with Tank, said, I'm not fucking with him like that. Come over here and do something. It was all fucked up shit with that. Then Pitbull Cruz lost. Then the dude that beat Pitbull Cruz, he didn't want to fight Pitbull Cruz. He didn't want to fight Tank. And he said, I got a rematch with Pitbull Cruz. And then this motherfucker say, then you turn around, you fight a nigga at 140. You didn't fight Pitbull Cruz, give him a rematch. What you talking about? What the fuck is going on here? So Tank left out. Who he gonna fight? Lomachenko said he didn't want to fight either. We don't realize that. Tank wanted to fight Lomachenko first. Then any of them niggas. If they won or lost. Once Tank won, he said, I want Loma. Loma didn't want to fight. And I'm going to tell you what a lot of these boxers do, and just like Shakur, they outprice themselves to not fight. These are real talks. That's why you kind of give Earl his props a little bit, because Terrence Crawford did the same shit. Try to outprice himself so the fight wouldn't happen. But Earl, like, fuck it. What you want? And then once that motherfucking Terrence Crawford did what he did, he damn near outsmarted Terrence. Earl. You let this nigga start acting like he's equal to you. That's what you don't do. Everybody in Earl Smith's camp told him, you just gave this nigga the edge over you, bro. You the top guy. You got more belts than he got. You sell more than him. You can listen. They ain't even had to fight in Vegas, nigga. They could fought any arena around the country, and it would have been big. You know why? Because of Earl Spence. Earl give him the fuck about belts and legacy. Nigga, you already who you are. Earl's so goddamn humble. He's so humble, he's not as confident as he's supposed to be. Terrence Crawford took advantage of that whole situation and fucked Terrence Crawford up. Fuck Earl up. Let's be real, man. Let's move on.
I let my hands go. He either grab me or move. You know, for the bigger guy, you should have been walking me down. You should have been bullying me if I'm not supposed to be in that weight division. You know, Canelo can say what he said.
First of all, that guy that fought you didn't say that. And you fought a dude we didn't even know, bro. We knew nothing about this dude until you was getting ready to fight him. Fuck you talking about? Let's be real. I'm a boxing fan. I knew nothing about that motherfucker. I knew of him, but fuck. He was a nobody. He was a nobody. So Terrence Crawford is that like he fought somebody. You ain't fighting nobody, bro. It's not like you went to 154 and fought the top guys. Like, I would respect the Terrence Crawford if he would have fought. What's the dude name? God damn, I don't know why I'm going blank. Damn, I don't know why I'm going blank. But Majamal, who the fuck was Majamal? Nobody knew who he was, bro. Guess what? He had a belt. They gave him that damn belt. Nobody knew who the fuck he was. There's like at 147, you fought a nigga that was gave a belt. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, yo, come on, bro. Like, this nigga ain't fought nobody, man. Let's move on.
You know, he have the right, but
he just doesn't feel like you're a 54 pounder. He believes that you're a real weight class. And again,
my real weight class
it's not Canelo trolling.
My real weight class is 168. You know what I mean? So I want.
And let's listen. I'm gonna say this. Listen, I don't like Earl. I don't like Terrence Crawford. Personally, I think he's a dickhead, man. He's a bad business person. Let me just say this. I don't knock his confidence. I'm glad he got that confidence. That's actually what makes him who he is. That's what separated him, believe it or not, between him and Earl. Because Terrence Crawford's confidence is crazy. Earl had like he needed motherfucking Terrence Crawford. No, you didn't, nigga. But anyway, let's move on. But my point is, I respect Terrence Crawford's confidence. Don't get that shit twisted. And he's skilled. He's like that. But being overconfident can get you beat. We've seen that shit with Tank. Like I told y'all, it ain't about all that other shit y'all think. It's about what I seen in Tank. He was way too confident, bro. Almost arrogant. It's like, you feeding to the crowd. Like, nigga, this is a motherfucker in front of you. You can whip his ass, bro. I mean, he can whip your ass. I'm sorry, he can whip your ass. Don't do that to Lamont Roach. Like, how everybody else, the haters and all of that, like, he's nobody. And I think Tank looked at that shit or seen that shit. Like, no, nigga, you don't do that to him. And it's the same thing with Terrence Crawford. Listen, I'm just telling y'all, it's going to be a big fight. Don't get it twisted. But don't be surprised that motherfucking Canelo knock his ass out early in this fight. But I don't want to knock Terrence Crawford because Terrence Crawford does have a chance to fucking upset Canelo. Don't get that shit twisted. But don't be surprised either that he knocked Terrence Crawford the fuck out. I'm telling you. You got to understand about niggas that Canelo fight. Right? Because we don't know if Terrence Crawford got power at 140, at 168. We don't know what his power is. But we know what Canelo power is. Now, he can outbox Canelo as well. Don't get that twisted and win that fight. But that probably be his best chance. But we don't know what Terrence Crawford power is at 168. He ain't fought nobody there. He ain't even fought nobody at 160. He was getting rocked by a 154 pounder. Yo, come on, bro. This Canelo, are we serious? We know Terrence Crawford boxes because ain't nobody denying that. But he making out box him. Very high percentage of that. But knocking Canelo out? Hurting Canelo? Hell no. We done seen Canelo in there with the biggest motherfuckers. That's bigger than him. We ain't never seen Canelo hurt. Seen him stunned, shot by a punch, never seen him hurt. So, you think this nigga Terrence Crawford is going to come in there and hurt Canelo? His power somewhat different? No, stop. Canelo, listen, Terrence Crawford is banking on that he can outbox Canelo. That's it, bro. He's not going to knock out Canelo. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's move on.
I just want to know if I'm too small for 168. I just want to know. A lot of people, my whole life, been doubting me. I know I'm small. I know I'm smaller than Canelo.
That's that little man syndrome, bro. God damn, nigga. I can't stand niggas like this, man. Can't stand niggas like this. I don't like niggas like this. Listen, the people, let me just be real. Right? The reason I don't like niggas like Terrence Crawford or people like him is because, listen, nigga, I got bullied when I was a kid. Nigga, that don't mean that I got to prove something to show motherfuckers how tough I am. You know why I do that? I stand up for people that try to bully others. And I get it, it's different. It's boxing. I get that, yo. But come on, man. You got that little man syndrome, bro. I mean, all my life I've been proving this I was too small. I don't like when people say that shit. Like, nigga, you small for a reason. Listen, I got bullied. It was a reason why I got bullied. I wasn't like that. I wasn't tough enough. I lost fights. I got my ass whipped. Sometimes I didn't fight back when I got bullied. It happens. This whole notion niggas walk around with this shit on their shoulder, acting like, oh, everybody think I can't beat somebody. Listen, we're not talking about some shit of intelligence. We're talking about physical shit. Listen, let me just say this. It is certain people that can whoop your ass. Excuse me. Right? It ain't got nothing to do with because other motherfuckers think somebody can whip your ass, nigga. I don't give a fuck you can whip my ass. Am I scared to get my ass whipped? That's the question. Because you ain't going to win every fight. You ain't the baddest motherfucker in the world. I know people got auras and shit like that, or intimidation auras. I get that. But that don't mean you can't get your ass whipped. It ain't about that. Everybody can get their ass whipped. Give a fuck how tough you think you are. Or you ain't scared of a motherfucker. It doesn't matter. You can get your ass whipped. You can get in a fight with a motherfucker and you ain't scared of this motherfucker, but that motherfucker whip your ass. That's real shit. That's real life. This whole notion that people walk around pretend, because I ain't scared, that make me tough. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They sit there and people lie. Because it's almost an insecurity that people have. Sitting there acting like you know, because I ain't scared of nobody, that mean I could whoop somebody's ass. No, you can't. Oh, or you admit, oh, somebody can whip my ass. That don't make me scared. Get the fuck out of here. No, you can get your ass whipped because you... Listen, everybody can't beat everybody, man. The problem is acknowledging that it ain't about the physicality of it, right? Or somebody can whip your ass, right? It's about acknowledging that you got to respect other people. Now, in boxing, I get what Turner was saying, nigga, I want to take that challenge. I'm good with that. I'm good that he would say some shit like that. But he's coming off and saying, hey, well, I ain't scared of the motherfucker. Everybody doubted me because I was too small. What the fuck that got to do with anything? You're moving up to another man's level to fight a dude. Nobody's thinking you scared. Nobody's thinking that. You got that little man syndrome. Nobody's thinking that, bro. Listen, do I think Terrence Crawford is scared of Canelo? Hell no. I don't think that he's scared of Canelo. That's not the point. The point is, nigga, hey man, you getting in the round of some shit. And I respect you say, let's say he want to challenge himself. I want to challenge myself to fight one of the greats. I will respect that. But this whole notion of saying, oh, he's bigger than me, that don't mean I'm scared. Nigga, ain't nobody saying you scared. It got nothing to do with that. It got to do with you understanding that it's weight classes for a reason. But if you trying to be great, be great. Understand, even if Earl would have beat you and got in this position to fight Canelo, niggas would have been like, is Earl really big enough? Like we would have said that because the simple fact that Canelo been fighting at 180, 168, and 168 and 160 and 168. He been fighting there. We still would have been questioning that. This nigga acting like we question him. Is he tough? You know, he got the balls to fight. Nigga, it ain't that. I'm just telling you, Terrence. Listen. You can go and listen. Only way you going to beat Canelo is out boxing. You're not going to go in there. You're talking about him and you and Earl. You and Canelo the same height. Means nothing. Means nothing. I told y'all about street shit. A nigga could be your size. That don't mean because that nigga way more than you, he can beat you. Right? But sometimes it does matter if a nigga is bigger than you, weight size, and that's your height. You don't know. That's what I said. I didn't say that Terrence Crawford can't win this fight. But there's a way how you win that fight. Like, listen, I'm gonna be very honest. My cousin Mason and shit. This nigga was always like, looked like Hercules out that bitch. This nigga was always built different. He was a big nigga. Right? Niggas around the hood was scared of him because how big he was. He was shorter than me. Well, back in the day, he was my height, but I got taller than him. But we all around the same height, right? Niggas are scared of this nigga. He's big as a motherfucker. We put the side before the guns got involved. But I'm just talking about how big he was. He's a big nigga. He was always thick as a motherfucker. Big nigga, muscle motherfucker. You know I used to whip his ass? I was smaller than him. I used to whip his ass. That's where the respect level came from me from him. Man, from me to him. And not in the way that I disrespected him, but nigga, I didn't say I whipped his ass. Nigga, I was strong as him. Put it that way. I didn't say I whipped his ass. I'm sorry. I take that away. Not whip my cousin ass, but then nigga, we wrestled some shit like that. Nigga, I was a wrestler. I used to wrestle. So I knew techniques and shit like that. That's why I ain't trying to say that Terrence Crawford can't beat fucking Canelo. But this ain't wrestling, nigga. You get what I mean? This is boxing. And I'm not trying to downplay his skill for his boxing. But nigga, you talking about power. Like, me and my cousin, when we wrestled, nigga, I did techniques to a lot of big motherfuckers that was bigger than me and my cousin. That I knew about wrestling, but I could do some shit, you know what I mean? I was more skilled in that way. You're talking about a nigga hitting you. Right? And I ain't trying to downplay Terrence Crawford's boxing skills. But nigga, if a nigga hits you a certain type of way, it can hurt you more than you can hurt them. If my cousin would have hit me one day, he probably could have fucking hurt the shit out of me. He was just a big nigga. He just was big. This nigga was muscle bound when we was fucking what, 9? 10 years old? He was big as shit. This nigga was like, I'm talking about cut. at 9, 10 years old, he was big as a motherfucker. I'm a skinny nigga. At that time, this nigga at that time, at 9, 10 years old, he probably was about 140, 150. Me at 9, 10 years old, I probably was about maybe 110. I just, I was very tall for my age. So, like, I wasn't big as him. So I'm just trying to get people to understand that sometimes people don't understand that shit. It doesn't matter how big a motherfucker is. But it does matter too in certain situations. Like I listen, I believe, listen, my honest opinion, right? I believe if me and my cousin would have got in a fist fight, he probably would have fucked me up back in the day. But by me had skills and was a specialist in wrestling. I used to wrestle big motherfuckers that was bigger. I used to fight people that was bigger than me. So that helped me. So I can handle my cousin and shit like that. I knew moves and shit, how to stop people that was bigger than me or get the advantage over them. I knew how to do that. Right? But if we was to throw hands or some shit like that, my cousin probably would have beat the shit out of me. If we really got in a full fight, he probably would have beat the dog shit out of me. Like, you talking about street fighting, he beat dog shit out of me. No ifs, ands about that. My cousin would have fucked me up. But you talking about skill level? Oh no, yeah. When people wanted to wrestle me and shit like that, a lot of the big niggas in the hood, when they wanted to wrestle me and shit like that, my friends and shit, I used to fuck them up because they weren't as skilled as me. But if we threw hands and we got the street fighting, even the street fighting now, I probably fuck a motherfucker up in street fighting now. But back then, no. All my niggas probably would have beat the shit out of me. So, yeah, sometimes, like, people don't really genuinely understand that. They think that fighting is just like you throw some hands or whatever, nigga. It's a different from street fighting. In street fighting, motherfucker, anything goes. In street fighting, I can fuck you up. I don't give a fuck how big you are. I'll fuck you up street smart. I mean, on some street level shit. I'll fuck you up. I got a chance to whoop your ass streetwise. But if you talking about just straight boxing or wrestling, like if we wrestle, 90% of the time I'll fuck a motherfucker up. Don't give a fuck how big they are. Because I know how to wrestle. But boxing, nah. I'll probably get my ass whipped boxing. But wrestling, I'll fuck you up in wrestling. No matter how big you are. But I'll whoop your ass in boxing. I mean, I'll whoop your ass in wrestling. I'll beat the dog shit out you in wrestling. I don't fuck how big you are. Some motherfuckers, I don't give a fuck how strong they are. They don't know how to wrestle. I know how to take people out wrestling. But street fighting, nigga, that's something different. See, anything goes out of that, nigga. I can do all types of crazy shit. And listen, and just because, and let me just say this too. This is how stupid motherfuckers are. Even for me, right? I ain't saying I'm stupid, but I know this. Even though that's in where you grew up at, in your hood, right? Let's be real. Motherfuckers in your community, just because you got a good record in your hood of beating motherfuckers up in your hood, doesn't mean that you go to another hood, you can beat some niggas up. That's not true. You can get your ass whipped. In your hood, you can get you got a good reputation. But you go outside your hood and fight other niggas in other hoods or whatever, nigga, you can lose. You don't know how niggas do in they other hoods. Don't mean because you can fight, don't mean shit. Because other motherfuckers can fight, but the techniques are different in different hoods. That's why I don't know why people move around like they tough. Like everybody ain't like I'm a tough guy. You ain't tough, nigga. Ain't nobody. Listen, it's not about being tough. It's about being, show respect to others. Motherfucker can do some shit you can't do, bro. You ain't really, listen, they ain't saying that you ain't like that. It's just saying, nigga, respect other motherfuckers that can do some shit. You ain't from their hood. You can't, listen, that nigga might be in that hood like that, and he'll whoop your ass. I seen this shit happen. Niggas in my hood was like that, nigga. Then you get a nigga that fight in my hood that's like that, go fight another nigga in the hood that's like that, and nigga in my hood get his ass whipped. And vice versa. People gotta stop acting like they gangster. Or no, I'm sorry, not gangster, but you gotta stop acting like you can't get your ass whipped. And like I said, violence ain't the thing, bro. I done seen the best get their ass whipped. Shit, I told you I was locked up. I seen the best, the toughest niggas that was in the street that did the bullying, did the tough shit, niggas respected in the hood, getting them jails, and niggas get raped. So I don't, like I told you, I don't move around how people move around. I move around on respect. Ain't about being gangster. What the fuck that's about? Gangster is what? You niggas ain't gangster until you run to another nigga that's gangster as you. The fuck that mean? Being gangster, you ain't like that. Ain't none of us like that. I ain't like that. You ain't like that. Ain't nobody like that, nigga. Everybody can get their ass whipped. Everybody can get touched. It's a respect level. We got to be respectful to each other. It's my point to everybody. Everybody talk that tough Tony shit. Excuse me. Talk all that gangster shit, nigga. Fuck all that shit. Ain't nothing gangster. I told you, ain't nothing gangster about me. I don't give a fuck about being gangster. I'd rather be respected than to be a motherfucker be like, oh, you gangster, or you all this other shit in the streets. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Nigga, I've been there in them streets. All that shit don't mean nothing. It's about respect. Motherfuckers run around this bitch and pretend that being respected don't matter. Everybody want to be tough. You ain't tough. Because it's all, listen, I'm telling you, there's always a nigga out here that can whip your ass. It's always a nigga out here that can outdo you. It's always a dude. It's always a dude out here that's more smarter than you. It's always somebody. So why you like this whole notion of people sitting out here trying to fight to be better than somebody else? For what? I don't have no, listen, I tell people I don't have no competition. Ain't no competition to who the fuck I am because I know who I am. But when motherfuckers be trying to show this type of competition that they want to have with other people, nigga, cool, do that, man. That ain't on me. I'm good, bro. You think in my life I'm trying to figure out how am I better than you? I don't give a fuck. I'm comfortable with who I am. And that's what I said. People got to be, the reason people push and continue to fight in life to try to figure out, am I better than somebody else? Why you doing that? Why? You doing that because you got low self-esteem. I don't move around life acting like, oh, I'm trying to be better than him. I'm trying to be better than her. I'm trying to be better than nobody, nigga. And my skills is my skills. I got my skills. Bullshit. People on that bullshit. Let's move on.
No, I'm smaller than these guys and whatnot, but
Yeah,
You
but
know, that's the
Canelo-
obvious.
Yeah, but Canelo's pretty short too. Canelo's your
Yeah,
height too.
we the same height.
For
We the
60,
same height.
exactly for a 68 pounder. You know, but he is a you know, a freaking boulder. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a thick kid.
Yeah, we know that. That's something that we all can see. You know, that's nothing that don't go unnoticed.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, we got to see.
So you in a position right now to where it's like you said, you're your own boss. You getting those checks now to where it's not. I don't necessarily have to conform to go over here just because I know I'm gonna get a little bit more over there. So Canelo is saying you're too small for that. You've been through everybody there was to go through at 140. You went through pretty much. You went through the big shark, you know, at 147.
Hold on, and that's what he get ready to give. He already was on some delusional shit. But this is where Terrence Crawford get ready be disrespectful. It's almost how people may say, hey, you know what? Terrence Crawford has been very delusional, but he's been very disrespectful and ungrateful. But let's move on.
Small for Spence. I was too small.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, cause me and EJ, we kind of, you know, I know EJ a little bit. You know, I knew him a little bit longer. I met EJ way back when I was training at the training center. And so me and EJ kind of kept a loosely relationship. So I'm gonna ride for, just like you gonna ride for your dogs. And I'm one of those that doubted at first, because you don't know unless you know.
Right.
I seen you get the belt off the Jamaican dude, I believe, right? Was it Jamaican dude when you won the title a while back? When you won the title, I think you were knocked down. I think you might have been knocked down.
No.
I think which fight was that?
Come on, you watch.
Somebody else.
Walters, dude. You ain't never been down. Not once. Right. This is way back.
No.
Who you win the title off of?
Which one?
The first title.
American
Jeff
boy.
Horn.
Jeff Horn?
Yeah, at 147, Jeff Horn.
147. No, you fought Jeff Horn in Australia.
No, I fought Jeff Horn at MGM.
Who you fight in Australia?
I never fought in Australia.
You got some vodka. You got some vodka in this shit. What's going on?
And that was pay-per-view. Don't get it twisted about what Terrence Crawford did. Listen, it's Jeff Horn, right? Everybody knew Jeff Horn did not beat Manny Pacquiao, but okay, cool. It happened, whatever it happened. He fought a dude that ain't nobody think he... Listen, that's not the fight they talking about. But anyway, let's move on.
That was Pacquiao that would have fought him.
You sure?
I seen a fight where I'm like,
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto
Commercial
insurance.
people, my bad.
I seen a fight where I'm like,
You couldn't
you
have.
had to battle back. I see you had to battle back.
No. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that fight with Sean Porter, and I was very impressed with that because somebody came up to you.
No.
Somebody came up to you.
Nah, it wasn't Sean Porter.
No, it wasn't a Sean Porter fight. I know exactly what the fight he's talking about, what he got knocked down at. I can't think of the dude name because he wasn't really. Was it the Machine? It wasn't that. It could have been that fight, but it was no. He wasn't. Nobody knew who the fuck this dude was. Like that, right? And maybe we did. I just can't think of it. But he wasn't like that. And Terrence Crawford got hit with a shot. I just was recently watching this shit earlier. He got caught with a shot from the guy. And Terrence Crawford fell to the ground. and they never called it a knockout or a knockdown. So now, don't get me wrong, it's not the same as Tank shit, because I believe when Tank took the knee, I think he genuinely was fucked up, like he couldn't see or something, like, right? Because of the shit he had in his face. They ain't like Tank to take no fucking knee, because he went to war with fucking what's his name, Roach. So it wasn't like he was getting hit with shots. So it wasn't like Tank was like, oh, I got hit with a shot, I gotta take a knee. No, it wasn't that. It was, you could normally see something was wrong. What happened with Tank with the hair shit or whatever, right? He shouldn't have did that, right? And what he did, and I will agree with people, it was a knockdown. They should have called that shit a knockdown. So if you look at it in that way, Tank really lost, because it was a very, very close fight between him and Lamont Roach. But if you call that knockdown like it's supposed to be a knockdown, Tank lost. That's why I never beef with people about, oh, this last fight with Lamont Roach. Nigga, listen, if you want to say Tank lost, he lost. That's to be real. I'm never sitting there defending a motherfucker that, like, I see what I see. I just get to ignoring it because I'm blind to the shit. No, nigga. If you want to say when Tank took that knee, it was a loss. I get that. If you want to look at it, it was a draw. It said it was a draw, but when Tank took that knee, nigga, you lost the fight. I can see how people can look at that. Now, at the end of the day, no. I believe, that it was a draw. But I can see how people can say, well, Kenny took a knee. That's a loss. Okay, I can see that. I can see how people say Tank lost the fight. I can see that. But if you outside of him taking a knee, no. I don't think it was a loss. I believe it was a draw. And when I went to go back, look at the fight, Tank won about a round or two, maybe. Right? A round or two. But if motherfuckers want to go off of the draw and say Tank still lost because of that knockdown, I ain't mad at people for saying that. Because this is a very, very close fight. Very, very close fight. But I still had Tank up 1 or 2 rounds, because I seen some rounds where Lamont Roach, he was on more of counting than he should have been more attacking Tank. And he should have attacked Tank more. My honest opinion. Like, if you really think you better than a nigga, I think he should attack Tank. Because I seen that it was parts of that fight where Lamont Roach should have attacked that nigga. Attack Tank. Because Tank wasn't, regardless what you think, Tank wasn't mentally there. I ain't say mentally, but he wasn't doing what he's supposed to do. He was fighting reckless. And Lamont Roach should have gotten his ass. But then, like I said, if you look at the fight, the reason Lamont Roach didn't do it was because of simple fact, he was very skeptical about how Tank can hurt him. And like I told you, if Tank was smart about that fight, he'd have knocked Lamont Roach out. And Lamont Roach knew that. That's why he didn't attack him like he's supposed to finish Tank off. You knew Tank wasn't whatever, right? He's supposed to hurt Tank. He's supposed to rush Tank. You got that nigga in trouble like that, attack him. But he couldn't. When niggas talking about Tank power ain't dead. Why Lamont Roach ain't finish him then? If he hurt him that much, why didn't Lamont Roach hurt him? I mean, take him out. He couldn't do it because, like I told you, All Lamont Roach did, real talk, all Lamont Roach did was play. They had a strategy. They wasn't trying to knock out Tank. They were trying to beat Tank on the scoreboard, right? On the scoring level. Okay, cool, that's cool. But the problem with that is, don't sit out here and talk about Tank power ain't like that. It ain't this and ain't that. Blah, blah, blah. Nigga, you played it safe. Because if you really think that you was doing what you was doing to Tank, you should have knocked his ass out. Right? This is supposed to be one of the best in the game, the money cap. You're supposed to knock his ass out. But you couldn't knock Tank out because Tank got a chin. Now you could have think that you won the fight because you think you did more, but don't sit there and pretend like nigga you supposed to you know you was gonna win that fight off of a draw. You wasn't. Tank is bigger than you. Let's be real. And like I said, I look back at that fight. The only thing that Lamont Roach he should have done was to push the effort of trying to hurt Tank more. But he didn't do it. He played it safe. And that's why he didn't win the fight. That's real talk. He gave Tank a run for his money. Nigga, shit was real out that bitch for Tank. But I'm telling you, this nigga didn't push the effort. He's supposed to pressure Tank. Nigga, you had him. You knew he wasn't right. Where's the IQ of motherfucking this dude? It shouldn't be just enough. Nigga, you want to make sure you destroy this nigga. Like, understand that. He didn't rush Tank the way he did because he knew he couldn't rush Tank because he'd have got knocked out. He wasn't like that. I'm telling y'all. Lamont Roach was not like that. No disrespect to Lamont Roach. He fought a great fight against Tank. Give him that. He wasn't like that, bro. He was not like that. I'm telling you. You don't let a nigga like Tank get off like that, nigga. You caught him on a bad day, nigga. You squashed that nigga. You squashed Tank. And he fighting outside of, he don't fight. Lamont Roach supposed to tore the fucking fur off of Tank. Nigga, you fighting outside yourself? Nigga, I'm getting ready to embarrass you. I'm ready to destroy you. He didn't do it. Don't get it twisted or you didn't see what you seen from Tank. But Lamont Roach supposed to took Tank out. He's supposed to have did that, but he didn't. And I'm telling y'all the reason that he didn't do it, because in fact, I told y'all, that nigga, listen, Lamont Roach is great. He's good at what he does. Like, he's good. Listen, if Tank was on his shit, it wouldn't have been this type of fight. Tank was off. And I'm not trying to be biased, but Tank was off. Lamont Roach did what he's supposed to do. That nigga fought basic. I watched the fight. He fought like he's supposed to fight. He wasn't as aggressive as y'all think he was. He wasn't that aggressive. If Tank was smart, all that bullshit he was doing, Tank would have fucking hurt him, bro. And knocked his ass out, or he went ahead. He couldn't outbox Tank. He wasn't outboxing Tank. That was the crazy shit about it. Tank just, I don't know what the fuck he was on. But he didn't outbox Tank. He wasn't boxing, bro. All this nigga was doing was countering. He was waiting on Tank. But Tank should have waited on this nigga. Nigga, we make this a boring fight then. You don't want to come? I'll make it a boring fight for you. Not to disrespect Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach fought the best fight he could fight. He did his thing. But don't get that shit twisted. That nigga, listen. If you listen, Tank wasn't defensive. Tank went in there reckless. It was easy for him to land a lot of the shots that he landed. It was right easy. Tank ain't. He just ran in there like he trying to hurt this nigga. Or, like I said, he was caught up in the moment or whatever. What he was doing, he wasn't fighting smart. You get a smart Tank fighter, like I know how he fight. Lamont Roach ain't winning that fight, bro. And if you want to say Lamont Roach outsmarted him, that's why I went the way it went. People thought he won or it was a draw. I thought it was Tank should have won just because he showed more initiative of fighting. But that don't always matter. Excuse me. I never seen Tank fight this way. Excuse me. I ain't saying never, but I never seen him fight this way since he was in the beginning of his career. And then what I mean by that is being reckless. And that's why that shit looked the way it looked. I'm a boxing fanatic. I do this shit. And I'm telling y'all, this nigga Lamont Roach, yes, as good as he is, he's not on that level of Tank. Tank fought down to a competition that he didn't have to fight. My honest opinion, just my opinion. He fought down to Lamont Roach. He didn't fight down to that nigga. You fighting down to a nigga, get in the pocket and all that other shit, all that dumb shit he was doing. Even I told you when he came out, I say, yo, this shit don't look right. This nigga don't have no fear in his eye. He didn't respect Lamont Roach until the shit got real serious. No, well, this dude was like that. And that's what Tank lost the damn fight. It's a little too late after that, bro. You don't let no motherfucker, like, yo, Tank should know better than that nigga. You that guy. Yo, you can get tough fights, bro, but you don't stoop down to these niggas' level. That ain't on your level. And I didn't listen, and I'm not saying Lamont Roach ain't like that. I'm saying Tank is here. Tank didn't box. He stooped himself down to a level of trying to prove himself to the fans and to Lamont Roach. Like, nigga, I'm like nigga, you don't got you Tank Davis. You are fucking Tank Davis, bro. So he got a little arrogant and he stopped forgetting who he was. So it was like a mixture of a bad combination. And that's why Tank got that fucking draw. And that's why people think that Lamont Roach won. Because of Tank. He fought a bad fucking fight, bro. That shit was horrible. I know he's better than that. And you fight that way, and then you try to. I thought I won. No, you nigga. We don't know if you won that fight because you fought like trash. Sorry, Tank. Fuck out of here, nigga. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do some shit that you don't use your IQ, and I know you better than doing that, and then try to sit there and tell up gas like everybody else. Well, I won that fight. No, nigga. You lucky you got that draw. That's real talk. Tank lucky he got that draw with Lamont Roach. He lucky. That's a lucky shit. T.I. genuinely, I'm honest, people, of a motherfucker that think, oh, you just kiss Tank ass all the time. He from the city. Nigga, I don't listen. I love Tank. And nigga, but I don't get to sit there and lie. The bullshit. No, that nigga, he got lucky, he got a draw. That's real talk. Now I watched the fight again. I can see how people can look at it as a draw, but I can see how people can look at that shit that Lamont Roach won. These facts. And I'm a Tank Davis fan. I love Tank. That's my dude. He's from the city. But no, nigga, you look like you want some bullshit out there. You like the corner ain't shit. I love Barry Hunter. Love him. He shouldn't have been your head trainer, nigga. Sorry. Fuck that shit. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That's no, nigga. Coach Cal supposed to be there. Coach Kenny supposed to be there. Nah. So then out of that, like, all right, what the fuck you want me to think? I'm a real nigga at the end of the day. Get the fuck out of here. Like, yo, that shit ain't right, bro. This nigga talking about he won the fight. No. That draw is almost like the nigga. That's off of your super status type of shit. And then I watched the fight. I get it. I can see how they can call it a draw. But nigga, it ain't a cut off no other shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Listen, I told you I love Tank, nigga, but nah, that shit was trash. That nigga ring IQ, I don't know what the fuck he was on, but that shit was crazy. But anyway, let's move on.
Because somebody told you, hey, you're losing the fight, but you weren't. Yeah, and you came out and finished them.
Right.
Yeah, I at first I doubted a little bit. And then I started seeing you work. I was watching.
I want to know who you talking about. I got dropped that to
Let's pull up the record. I remember seeing you battle back. I'm like, okay, who's the first?
He's stereotyping now.
I've never got knocked down.
Never been down.
No.
Never.
No. I'm gone.
First of all, that's a lie. You've been knocked down. You got knocked down. And they never called it, but okay, we'll move on from it. Let's move on. And that's the problem with some of these fighters. Well, I ain't never been knocked down and all that other shit, so they be on that dumb shit. But anyway, let's move on.
Oh, Gamboa hurt me. That was at 130, 135.
It was an earlier fight. It was a while back. I don't mean it was a while back. That was when I first seen you fight. And then I started paying attention more and more. Then I started.
And let me say something. Terrence Crawford know who the fighter that he's talking about, but he's intentionally not trying to tell him the dude that hurt him and knocked him down. That they never considered a fucking knockdown. I can't think of the dude named either. And that's what he's on. So, anyway, let's move on.
Seeing you switch stance, I'm like,
no,
I switched stance because I feel like you. What's your original? Are you an original southpaw? You learned from that, or are you an orthodox fighter?
I'm orthodox.
That's what I feel like, and I seen you switch spot, and he get when I see you bite down on that lip. You know, I know how he is from when you something really gets you to a certain point when you want to go in, you bite down, and you turn southpaw, and I seen him start. I'm like, he got that dog. It's a different type of dog because he's been through something.
Yeah,
it's a different type of dog that you put on dudes, but it wasn't the Sean Porter. No, I seen what it did to Sean Porter.
For sure. But Terrence's style is very tricky because,
and that don't count with the Sean Porter shit. But Sean Porter he wasn't all the way in with the fight when he fought Terrence Crawford. That's a fact. And motherfuckers just sit out here and pretend, he beat Sean Porter. Nigga, Sean Porter was very retired, nigga. That's real talk. Fuck out of here, man. And you ever notice, nigga, he kept fighting Terrence Crawford leftovers. He never fought Terrence Crawford when Terrence Crawford beat these niggas. He fought them after. And nobody want to talk about that. I mean, Earl Smith, they don't want to talk about that. Earl fought these niggas when they was like that. He fought them niggas when they wasn't like that. Nobody was thinking about them niggas was really like that. They got a foot out the door. Like, come on, man. Let's move on, man.
Because his right hand is just as good as his left. You know what I'm saying? There's rarely do you see fighters that produce the same power as they switch hands. Like we're orthodox too. Right. But you imagine having switching to southpaw, and then your jab is pretty much the heavy right hand that you have. And I think that's what makes Terrence his ability to be able to cut angles, you know, little fakes, his demeanor, his composure, to be able to attack people. But going back to 154 pounds, like do you want to unify? I mean, I know you've had beef with the Charles, and I don't know because of what happened there.
What's next?
But what are you planning on doing? Are you planning on unifying the belts at 54? Maybe trying out 60 before potentially hit up to 68? Or is this just straight? Or you just want to straight up shotgun 54, 68?
That's what I want. That's what I want to do. You know what I mean? Because I'll just look at history. You know,
first of all, nigga, you doing it all with some shit. But listen, let me say this, and I'm gonna be real about what Terrence Crawford. Listen, I don't like Terrence Crawford personally. I think he a scumbag. I think he a bad businessman. I think he doing this shit of fighting Canelo. He got with a dude with what's his name? The Muslim dude, right? He got with him for a reason to push this shit. It's the only reason he did it, because he's not big like that. Like, Terrence Crawford is not big like that. He can't do this shit on his own, like off his resume. He can't do that. Even off of the Terrence Crawford shit. Everybody know, nigga, we thinking Terrence Crawford won who he, I'm not Terrence Crawford, but, shit, God damn it. Excuse me. Terrence Crawford is not that dude. Like that. Until you beat Earl Smith. Earl Smith is that dude. Earl Smith is going to fight. If he fights again, then he's going to sell out. Win or lose, Earl Smith is going to fight again. Right? It doesn't matter where he fight. He can fight in Texas. He can fight whatever. But most of all, he's going to fight in Texas. But I'm just saying, he can fight anywhere. And Earl Smith is going to be big. Do you understand that? Right? But understand something about Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford, this nigga, he fought Earl Smith, right? And then he fights somebody we don't know at 154. He didn't sell out. He didn't do none of that shit that he talk about that he does. He doesn't. Listen, you can beat those dudes, but it doesn't mean if you don't sell out. That's what separates you from an Earl Spence. When we talk about an Earl Spence or fucking Canelo or fucking excuse me. I'm sorry, y'all. That's what separates you from a motherfucking Tank Davis. You're not on that level, nigga. You can't do that. You fought nobody. You did all that big shit. Eminem came around and you still didn't sell shit. The fuck are you talking about? Terrence Crawford? What are you talking about? What can you do, bro? You can't do nothing. You only getting with... Come on, bro. You only getting with this dude because of some fact, nigga, you trying to sell out. You trying to get that big payday. You can't do it on your own. We seen that because you fight nobodies. That dude, the last dude you just fought, nobody knew who the fuck he was. You got a belt. So what? He was nobody. Nigga, you brung all them niggas out and you still didn't sell. Eminem came there. The dude, whoever he is, sheep, whatever. He get $1 million for fucking what's the name coming there, and you still didn't sell. You still didn't sell. It was a pay-per-view, people. You know how much they sold the pay-per-view? Around 100. Tank Davis last fight sold over 250 to close to 300,000. You know how much that nigga sold when he fought that nobody? Nobody knew who the fuck he was. You know how much he sold? They spent all the money. They gave fucking Eminem $1 million to come to perform. And he still didn't sell, people. He still didn't sell. Charles Crawford still didn't sell in pay-per-views. He still didn't. Not with Tank Davis. He didn't even sell 200 or something. He didn't even do that. What are we talking about, man? Charles Crawford's supposed to be this big star. How you can't sell, bro? How you can't sell? He can't sell, people. Nigga, the only reason you phone Canelo because you're trying to sell, you're trying to get a big payday. You can't sell on your own. That's why think about the negotiations with coming to Canelo. He can't talk none of that goofy shit that he was talking about with Earl Smith. He can't. You ain't talking that way, nigga. Talking about you gonna do this and I can do this, and you can't do shit. Put your resume out. Oh, you got all them 4 championships. Means nothing to Canelo. Because Canelo can say, nigga, this is what I sell. You think about it. I guarantee you, at the end of the day, he gonna make a lot of money. No disrespecting that. But he ain't gonna sell shit by himself. Niggas because of Canelo. They gonna sell this shit because of Canelo. Let's be real. This is Canelo Alvarez. That nigga can't do nothing. He don't sell nothing. I need y'all to understand that. He don't sell nothing. Charles Crawford don't sell shit. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm making this shit up. He don't sell nothing. What you mad about? This nigga don't sell nothing. Terrence Crawford don't sell shit. This nigga's only doing podcasts and all that shit because of Earl Spence. He beat Earl. Right? One of the biggest names in boxing. All right, after that, okay, what he doing? He fought nobody. He's still going off of the same shit with Earl. Anyway, let's move on.
This is a legacy fight, and this is the biggest fight in boxing right now. A lot of people might say, "Oh, well, we want to see Benavidez, Canelo," but to be real,
You don't want to see that?
yeah, as a boxing fan, it will be a fight to see. Don't get me wrong, but to be real, Terrence Crawford Canelo is the biggest fight in boxing right now.
No, it's not. It's a lie. He is lying. Nobody want to see you fight Canelo Alvarez like that. Nobody. You're making it to be that way because you beat Earl Spence That's the only way we give a fuck about it. Nobody gives a fuck about you fighting Canelo Alvarez, bro. We think you gonna get your ass knocked out fucking with fucking with Canelo. That's real talk. Nobody wanna see you fighting Canelo. This nigga act like he named like that. He's somebody. You ain't nobody like that, Terrence. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Nobody want to see you fight Canelo. Nobody. You want to see it. Nobody gives a fuck about you fighting Canelo. Nobody. Let's be real. Nobody gives a fuck, bro. Let's move on, y'all. Like, this nigga is unbelievable. The earnings of this nigga. Nobody want to see this shit. You ain't even like that.
Today, there's no other fight out there that's bigger than Canelo.
So you think your fight will do bigger numbers than Ben?
And hold up, time out. And the reason that is like that is because of Canelo. It got nothing to do with you, nigga. Nothing to do with you. Like that. Like, on real talk. Nobody gives a fuck about you fighting Canelo, bro. If you don't fight Canelo, we ain't mad about it. We don't care. You pushing it to be the biggest fight because you want to do it. You ain't like that, bro. You don't sell. He said some shit in the same interview talking about he better than Floyd. How? You don't sell more than Floyd. Not at all. But you better than man, nigga, please. Please. This nigga is like, why y'all don't understand this nigga's a fraud, man? Oh my, he like that. You ain't like that, nigga. Ain't nobody knocking your skills away. Ain't nobody looking for you like that. You only being looked to because of Canelo. It ain't got nothing to do with you. It got nothing. Try like you so much more important, even in Tank. You think nobody gives a fuck about you, bro. You gotta fight a nigga like Canelo. You gotta push that fight. And it ain't even a done deal yet. But you gotta push it. Tank ain't gotta push you what you do, nigga. That's the difference. That's why that nigga be hating on Tank. Fuck out here. Nobody give a fuck. Let's move on, y'all. Let's move on, man. This nigga, unbelievable, bro. I can't believe this nigga.
It's Canelo.
100%. 100%. Let me tell you. African American, Mexican, they always made for the biggest fights in history. Going way back to Pernell Whitaker, Chavez.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be, electrifying. I can easily go fight Virgil Ortiz or Fundor or whoever to, make a quick buck or make a quick little penny. But I'm looking at the bigger picture. This is a legacy fight. This is a generational fight, that will be talked about for years.
Yeah.
When I'm gone, they'll talk about, man, you remember Crawford coming up to 168 and fighting Canelo?
No, nigga, that's you. That's you, bro. That's you. Because nobody cares about this fight like that. Seriously. Because I didn't want this fight. I don't care about it. You ain't fought nobody. And I'm going to say this shit consistently. When it comes to Terrence Crawford, I ain't hating on you, bro. You a Hall of Famer. I get that. You ain't fought nobody, bro. To be in this position that you talking about. People asking for the fight. No, nigga. You did not. Listen. Oh my God. I can't believe this shit. Listen, nigga. If you wouldn't listen, if Earl Spence wouldn't have did what he did for you, nobody gives a fuck about you, Terrence Crawford. That's real talk. That's real talk. Because then you had to fight somebody. You ain't fought nobody. Even listen, you fought one motherfucker. You fought all Earl Spence leftovers that he already beat. And then you fought Earl Spence when you know he's in a critical situation of his life. So stop, bro. You ain't like that. You are not like that. And then now you fighting. Oh, everybody want to see this fight with Canelo Alvarez. Really? Nobody want to see this shit. You push it to be big as what it is. Only reason you even big like that is because of the Earl Spence shit. Because if you never fought Earl Spence, nobody gives a fuck about you fighting Canelo. Nobody would give a fuck about it. Ever. These are facts. And so stop trying to pretend that, nigga, you had this big name and you was like that and your skills was like that, that way you can get this thing with Canelo. Bullshit. That's bullshit. But anyway, let's move on.
You know, 2 top 5 pound for pound fighters in the world in their prime fighting each other. Like, man, that's.
Yeah, but I also feel Terrence that Canelo's just in a different place, man. I think he's, when we had the little interview with them, we talked about Benavidez. Like, yeah, I just don't want to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's almost like he's picking his fights.
I think Benavidez disrespect him to a point where he just don't like him.
Yeah, but
and business wise,
that's still bullshit. That's bullshit. And he can already get on to talking about business wise. That's bullshit. And let me say something. He never disrespected Canelo Alvarez. He said, I want to fight with Canelo. I think I can beat Canelo. That was all that fucking Benavidez said. That nigga didn't want to fight Benavidez because he couldn't beat him. So I don't give a fuck with all these other motherfuckers talking about Canelo. Canelo didn't fight Benavidez because he was scared. The fuck out of here. I stand on that. He can't beat Benavidez. That's why he won't give him no fight. Tell me about no disrespect. A nigga disrespect you like that, nigga, you fight him. But Canelo won't do it. He won't do it. That's why your bitch ass, Terrence Crawford, is sitting there kissing Canelo ass. That's why you do it. Canelo wants you kiss his ass to fight him. Benavidez said, nigga, I can beat him, I'll fuck him up. He ain't disrespect him so much like that where you can't fight a motherfucker. If a motherfucker disrespect you like that, nigga, you fight him. Canelo won't fight him. The fuck we talking about? The fuck out of here. It's a lie. He's a liar. Terrence Crawford getting in the fight because he kissed Canelo ass. And then you got a name, you beat Earl Spence. That's why you got the name. You beat a nigga with a name. Listen, Canelo ain't want to fight you until you got a name. The fuck you talking about, nigga? Let's move on, man.
He like, I'm not giving you that check. I'm not giving that ticket. That's why he say, you want payday. You want payday. You know, that's why he like.
Yeah, but what do you do if you're Benavidez, bro? Like he's the
Terrence Crawford, you want the payday too, nigga. You bitch ass nigga. I can't stand this nigga. Can't stand this suck ass nigga. Nigga, what you think you doing? You want payday too. That's why you kissing Canelo ass right now. You kissing Canelo ass. The fuck you talking about, nigga? Excuse me. The fuck you talking about? Fuck, nigga. I can't stand them niggas. Excuse me. And now I can see why niggas, excuse me, look at Terrence Crawford as an ungrateful nigga. Nobody knew who the fuck you was. I mean, they knew who you was, but nigga, you weren't like that. Nobody knew until Earl Spence gave you the opportunity. It was wrong for him to do it. Gave you some power. He shouldn't have gave you no. You nigga, never mind. Let's move on, y'all. I swear to God, man. These niggas, like I said, if this nigga get his ass whipped by Canelo, I'm telling y'all, don't give him no credit at all. And I swear to you, if Canelo beat the shit out of motherfucking Terrence Crawford, nigga, it's all deserved. Don't tell me he was too big and all that shit. I don't want to hear that. Now, if he beat Canelo, we give him all the props in the world. I'll be the first person. But if Canelo whip his ass and beat the dog shit out of him, I don't want to hear none of you motherfuckers talking about, oh, he was too big and none of that. Not the way he talking. Not acting like he was that, he's that dude. You never was that dude. You only been this dude because of motherfucking Earl Spence. This is a fact. Bitch ass nigga. And you did some slime ball shit that you did. But anyway, let's move on.
But Terrence, he's a mandatory bro. He's earned the right. A lot of people think if you go up from 47 to 54 to 68, they'll be like, nah, this talk up, you know what I mean? Like, people will be like, dude, this dude sounds cherry picking. And I'm not saying you don't deserve it, Terrence, because you're that fucking good. I promise you.
When you in his situation, right? The belts don't matter. That was like Floyd Mayweather. Who gonna tell Floyd Mayweather a belt matter? They made belts for you at that point, right? You know, the belts don't matter. Once you get to a certain...
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That nigga, he just lied. He just lied. Talking about belts didn't matter. It did matter. Nigga, all you do is talk about how you undisputed at 140 and 147. You, and nigga, even if you beat Earl Smith, you still ain't Floyd Mayweather. What are you talking about? Man, come on, man. Are y'all catching this goofy shit this nigga doing? He ain't even on that level, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. The fuck out of here, nigga. This nigga ain't even like that. The fuck are we talking about here? Terrence Crawford, what? Terrence Crawford ain't shit. He can't even do some shit on his own. He can't do it. These are facts. Tell me I'm lying. Ain't no hating on that nigga. Fuck ain't no Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford ain't shit. He wasn't shit without Earl Spence. If Earl didn't give him the opportunity to do what he did, he ain't shit. And Earl did some sucker fuck shit that I don't like. But that nigga wouldn't have got no fight. If I was his manager with Earl, he wouldn't have got this motherfucker fight. The fuck out of here. Fuck that nigga. He ain't like that. He ain't fight nobody. And he still ain't fighting nobody. No, he want to go, I'll get fight Canelo. Because you beat Earl Spence. Earl. Come on, man. What the fuck are we talking about? Let's move on, man.
Peak in your career, you outgrow the belts because you got to pay for the belts anyway. Like, I'm going to give you these belts. Right? They going to come and watch me regardless. You know? So now it comes to a point where we negotiate the percentage of the belts because we got to pay for the belts. How can I be champion of the world and I got to pay you to be champion? So a lot, when you get to the point, you can have them belts. That's why you don't care.
In line with that.
Yeah, that's why you don't care, you bitch ass nigga. Oh, I don't like this nigga. Oh, I don't like Terrence Crawford because he's a liar. Nigga, you needed all the motherfucking belts. Now you don't need them because you cheated and scammed your way into getting a title shot with Earl Spence. We know that, nigga. Oh, this nigga. Oh, my God. I can't believe this sucker-ass nigga. You a sucker, bro. Terrence Crawford, you a bitch-ass nigga, man. Seriously. You ain't even really like that. Seriously. I'm not trying to act like you ain't got no skills, but you ain't like that. You scammed your way in this. You fuck Earl like you did. And I stand on that shit. I blame Earl for allowing you to do it, but nigga, you ain't like that, nigga. And you only in the situation because of Earl Spence allowing you to take advantage of him. Oh, stupid ass nigga. But let's move on, man.
With Canelo felt the same. He feels the same way about Benavidez. He feels Benavidez is fighting in the wrong weight class. And just so happens, your fight, was that on the same card or was that a couple of weeks apart? A couple of weeks apart. To where he felt the same. Benavidez, when he went up to...
How's Benavidez fighting in the wrong weight class? He moved up to light heavyweight. Then Canelo move up to light heavyweight and got his ass whipped. What the fuck are you... No, man. Let's move on, bro. Let's move on, man.
Fight at his right weight class. It didn't take him 2-3 rounds to get the dude out of there. It took him some time.
He didn't get him out of there.
Exactly. And he felt the same way. He felt like, well, you see, that guy's fighting in his right weight class. Same thing he said about you. He said, you see, that's not his right weight class. And so me and Henry, I feel me and Henry kind of...
You want to say that?
I'm just laughing because how can somebody tell you know what I mean, you're fighting in the wrong weight class when he's been fighting in...
Exactly. Different weight classes. Being able to bump up and bump down. But I this is where I think me and Henry, because Henry want to see that fight. Henry is if you ask Henry today what fight, if you put everything you had on it, what fight you want to see, Henry's going to say Benavidez Canelo. I agree with your statement. I think
No, right. We don't want to see a Terrence Crawford fighting a Canelo Alvarez. We don't want to see that. Because I don't give a fuck what Canelo say. Canelo, and I stand on this shit, Canelo been ducking David Benavidez. Talking about he ain't belong in that weight class. You may be partly right, but 90% of the time, he was at 168. You didn't want to fight the top dog. Even though you took over the fucking situation of the top dog, but everybody know you ain't the top dog because you got all the belts. It doesn't mean shit. Canelo ducked David Benavidez, and that's a fact. I don't give a fuck what these motherfuckers are saying. I am a true boxing motherfucker that give a fuck about boxing. These motherfuckers, Canelo Alvarez ducked David Benavidez. That's a fact. I don't give a fuck what he talking about. You want to fight Terrence Crawford? See, the reason that he don't want to fight David Benavidez is he gonna get his ass whipped. And like, mind you, people say, well, he's big, he's taller. Well, he just fought 2-3 motherfuckers that was bigger than him. But they ain't David Benavidez. They was prospects. These are facts. So I don't want to hear that shit. He don't want to fight the motherfuckers was at the top. It's mandatory. He don't want to fight the top guy. He want to fight motherfuckers as the prospects that's bigger than him that ain't on his level. That's what Canelo did. That's why I don't fuck with Canelo like that. The fuck out of here. Let's be real. So when Terrence Crawford sit out there and talking about he fighting the best, no, you ain't. You fighting a dude that pick and choose his whole career in his later years. He didn't want to fight the best at 148. He couldn't. You know why he couldn't? Because he got his ass knocked out by David Benavidez. But he fight all them same niggas that the same height as David Benavidez. Excuse me. He fight all them dudes and beat their ass, knock them out, or do whatever he does. But you fight David Benavidez, it's a different story. People keep acting like all the niggas at the top, them niggas was just as tall as David Benavidez. They weren't as powerful though. They had more skills than David Benavidez. And that's why he didn't fight David Benavidez. Stop that shit. Listen, that nigga ran from David Benavidez. He didn't want to fight him. And still to this day, and I stand on that about Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez ducked and continued to duck David Benavidez. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Fucking goofy niggas sitting out here. Who he fighting? This nigga was fighting niggas that were just coming up. He knocked out niggas that were just coming up. Get the fuck out of here. Or not that. Them niggas wasn't on David Benavidez level. All them niggas that Canelo just fought, all them niggas, David Benavidez would have knocked out. These are facts. David Benavidez had to move up to a whole nother motherfucking level to get his shine. Because this nigga was blackballing him. He didn't want to fight him because he's scared of fighting David Benavidez. That's a fact. Nobody playing that stupid ass game with stupid motherfuckers. That nigga was scared. He's scared to fight David Benavidez. These are facts. Oh, you're going to fight Terrence Crawford. Okay. Mind you, say he wasn't going to fight Terrence Crawford because Terrence Crawford was too small, but he's going to still fight him, though. Everybody said, well, with the money right. Okay, cool. They said, can you talk about the money right? Okay, the money right. All right, go ahead and fight him. But you can't keep talking about you great, though. He can't keep talking about he great. He ain't great. He don't fight the best at 148. He didn't do that. That nigga moved up to 175, where David Benavidez is. He fought Bevo. Bevo whipped his ass. He lost that damn fight. So what are y'all talking about, man? Stop acting like these dudes are like that. They not like that. Them motherfuckers, listen, they don't want to fight the guys that is supposed to fight. Even motherfucking Terrence Crawford, he want to fight the guy. He want to fight him though, right? But he don't want to fight motherfucking Terrence Crawford. I mean, not Terrence Crawford, but he don't want to fight Earl Spence in a rematch. He don't want to do that. He don't want to fight the Charlo brother. He don't want to fight none of them. Then he want to go for that payday, and that's cool. Just say that, but don't try to sit there. Oh, I'll fight anybody. You a liar, bro. You are a fucking liar. You don't want to fight the best. Or just like Canelo don't fight the best. He fighting you because the money makes sense. And I ain't mad at that. But just be real about it. You don't want to fight the best? Hell no. Niggas get mad at Tank. Oh, you don't want to fight the best. Nigga, the best didn't want to fight him. He fought a nigga that Tank ain't want to fight this nigga. These are facts. Lamar Roach, you think Tank wanted to fight Lamar Roach? He wanted to fight Lomachenko and all these other niggas that you keep saying that's great. They didn't want to fight. These are facts. And tell me I'm lying. Tell me that I'm lying. Not make it up, but tell me I'm lying. The Tank ain't want to fight none of these niggas. Don't all them niggas outprice themselves on purpose, not to fight Tank. Lamar Roach come in, everybody that you mad. Oh, we don't know Tank like that. Bitch, if it's that way, then fight Tank now. Since you think he's vulnerable, his mind ain't right, all that shit, get the fight now. Ask how many of them motherfuckers are doing that. They ain't doing it because they don't want to fight Tank. Shakur, supposed to be first in line. Say, nigga, I want to fight Tank straight up. You hear him? You hearing that nigga? He don't do nothing. He don't say nothing. None of them niggas is like that. Trying to tell y'all, man. Fuck ass niggas. Niggas mad about some shit that they can't do. Terrence Crawford. The only reason this nigga is sitting out here talking that gangster shit like he talking, because he hoping and praying he can get, and he ain't talking gangster to motherfucking Canelo Alvarez for a reason. Fuck out here, giving Canelo all that props. Canelo is trash.
You versus Canelo probably does more numbers than Benavidez versus Canelo. I think they're probably both the two biggest fights that could potentially happen. But when you talk about Benavidez and Canelo, it's all Mexican. Everybody knows Mexicans love boxing. It's an all Mexican fight to where it's.
Let's be real. Let's be real. This nigga can't beat Benavidez. Terrence Crawford can't beat Benavidez. Benavidez will beat the shit out of him. That's a fact. But anyway, let's move on. That's why I said a lot of shit we disrespect Canelo the way we do. But yo, Canelo fight big niggas that's bigger than him, and he beat them niggas. Listen, but let's say this too. Canelo be on some bullshit because he can't beat Benavidez. That's facts. You fucking with a nigga that got height and got power that can knock your ass out. But anyway, let's move on.
Yes, everybody's going to watch it, but you bring a different demographic, which boxing is deeply rooted in the African-American culture. Based on all the champions we've had, based on boxing is deeply rooted. So you bring a different demographic. Canelo's going to bring the Mexican demographic regardless. So I do think that fight does a little bit more numbers than Benavidez versus Canelo.
No,
But
it
those are
doesn't.
probably the two fights that I potentially want to see.
No, it doesn't.
But you're right. Canelo's in a position now to where he gets to pick and choose. Floyd did it. Chavez did it. De La Hoya did it.
All the greats did it.
All the greats did it. And I think ties back into the 4 belts. When you
No, that's bullshit. And they bigging up in this nigga, giving him props. No, that's bullshit. First of all, this nigga's not even like that. He's not even like that. I don't even know why they giving Terence Crawford all this. He's not even like that. Nigga, only reason you big because of Earl Smith. But anyway, let's move on.
You're paid to fight for the belt. It's like, yeah.
I wish Turkey would literally just come in and just buy all the governing bodies and turn it into one. I don't know if he's ever thought about that or would want to do that. But I think with all that money that he has, man, like I think he could do it. But speaking about Canelo Benavidez, you want to fight Canelo? Would you ever entertain a fight with the Mexican monster David Benavidez?
It's you on Canelo. It's you on Canelo.
You gotta understand, like,
But I gotta ask you, bro, because I can't,
My thing is, Benavidez is a big dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not to say I won't fight him. I fought his brother. You know what I mean? His brother was big when I fought him. But, you know what I mean? Benavidez is a big dude. The only reason why I entertain Canelo is because
You wouldn't fight him. Like you said, he a big dude. So stop. And that's why Canelo won't fight him. It's not just because he's just a big dude. It's because he got power. And that's why you won't fight him. The same reason that Canelo won't fight him. You niggas get at 168 and tell them, oh, I can make 168, but you got to fight them niggas that's big. And you won't do it. But anyway, let's move on.
because he's not a big dude. Like, he might be big, you know what I mean? But he's not a big dude. You know what I mean? Like, Benavidez is like 6 foot something. You know what I mean? Then he gonna
That's true.
come in 190, 200 probably. You know what I mean? Like, you never know. Like, that's a big dude. Like, you know what I mean?
Canelo is going to come in about 192 when he fights you. So that's bullshit of what you saying. He's going to come in as big too. What the fuck are you talking about, nigga? But you know what? It is what it is. Let's move on.
You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, I might as well go to heavyweight if I fight Benavidez.
Yeah. So what you're saying is like, because I thought that at one point when Volkanovski was champion, they had retired. You know, I had retired, and I was
No. First of all, you only fight Canelo because you think because y'all the same size, right? Because that's what he said. The same size. We the same size, height wise. This nigga is thicker and bigger than you. Say it doesn't matter because he's your size. So that's the only reason you fighting him. But it's because of the payday too, nigga. That's real talk. Terence Crawford, stop, bro. Let's move on, man.
like, dude, the only fight that I would really want to come back for is to fight a dude. I'm 5'4". This dude's fucking 5'6", and he's pound for pound.
Yeah.
So that's I understand what you're looking at. You're like, you know what?
You just size them up.
Yeah.
You just size them up, especially when you going into a bigger weight class like that. You know what I mean? You size them up and you see, you know, your advantages and his advantages. You know, I feel I got the speed over Canelo. I got the reach over him. You know, he might got the size, the power. You know, I feel like, you know, I got the better skills, boxing skills.
Dude, how would you break that fight down? Like, how would you fight a bigger guy that's the same size as you? I mean, would it be more of a cat and mouse? Like, would you be using a lot of angles, a lot of power? The reality is, man, Canelo does put people out, dude. From Kirkland to Amir Khan to just. Obviously, it's talking about Amir Khan.
I'm just saying, man.
No, but he's not. Kovalev. Come on, we have to respect.
Kovalev
We have to respect the power.
He does have power.
Go show the body.
Don't get me wrong, he does have a lot of power. But all those guys that you name is not as skillful as me. I'm sorry.
That's
no disrespect to none of those fighters. But when you see the skill level, it's night and day.
No, that's bullshit. He's a liar. All of them dudes are just as skilled as you are. The only difference is you ain't been fighting nobody. You ain't fought nobody, Terrence Crawford. And that's, listen, and people might get mad at me for saying this, but for on real shit, he ain't fought nobody. Terrence Crawford ain't fought nobody. So what are y'all talking about? He ain't fought nobody. And now he want this big fight. Nigga, you bamboozled Earl Spence to get that fight. But, yo, you ain't fought nobody, bro. You really did not fight nobody. And now you want this fight with Canelo. Okay, cool, bro. Whatever, man. Let's move on, man. Let's do this. This dude lying, man.
I see, you know what I mean? It's been a tough fight. Like, Canelo is a great fighter. Like, I always have respect for Canelo. I always, liked it to watch him and things like that.
First of all, he a liar. He a liar. He ain't had no respect for Canelo. All of a sudden, he got all the utmost respect for Canelo because Canelo is going to give him the fight that he wants. His biggest payday. These are facts. All of a sudden, now he respect Canelo. That's a lie. He's lying. But anyway, let's move on. Just lying, man.
I think he does a lot of great things in the ring. I think he work hard. I think his work ethic is, to the roof. But I just believe in my skills.
First of all, you can say that about any fighter. How are you talking about? That's why I told you he's lying. You can say that about any fighter. You don't think any fighter that he can say that they put in work to try to be hard and all that shit that he's saying, all that nonsense he's saying? Get the fuck out of here, man. With this dude. This nigga Terrence Crawford is a liar. Get the fuck out of here. Talking about, I respect these guys' skills. Yo, bro, that ain't hard to do. Listen, I respect your skill level, bro. I respect that you put in. That don't mean that you that fucking great. The fuck are you talking about, nigga? Stop, man. This nigga, I can't believe this nigga. It's just weird. It's weird, bro. Let's move on, man. Can't believe this nigga.
I believe in me, and the fact that people doubt me, it just fueled me even more just to try to get the fight even more. I remember back in the day, I was just like, man,
I want to get this shit about Earl Spence. Why he said Earl Spence ain't in the motherfucking Hall of Fame. Hold on, people. Let me get this shit.
Hey, let me get your autograph. You know what I mean? Because I watched you come up. I'm older than you, but I watched you root and seek and destroy just like Virgil. So Virgil showed a lot of heart and grit in that fight.
Right now, who would you say? First of all, I want you to
pound for pound list, Kush?
Yeah, I do. I gotta get your pound for pound list, your top 5.
Yeah, pound for pound list and then pound for pound.
I think I missed it. Hold on, Joe. I think I missed it.
If he make it to the Hall of Fame with the accolades that he didn't got right now.
Hold on.
But
it's happening right now.
But going to the Spence fight, I said everything that was going to happen.
I know. I was low
years.
I ain't gonna hold you.
You know what? We
Years
had talked
before
about it.
Years before it happened, from what they was gonna say after I
He
beat
was
him,
Team Spence,
what I was gonna do.
Of course.
Yeah,
And that's
he had his
my dog game. That's gonna be my dog game.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, it ain't okay. Because what that nigga did, he did some cruddy shit to Spence. And I stand on that. That nigga wasn't supposed to have any type of accolades, acting like he's supposed to change the situation and shit like that. For us, that fight like that, like he had way too much power, and that was because of Earl Spence. And I blame Earl. I don't blame him. I blame Earl. Ain't no fucking way this nigga's supposed to have all this power. The fuck out of here. But anyway, let's move on.
That's gonna be in my facts, and I'm gonna keep it 100.
I'm a Spence fan.
I'm even right.
Like people always thought like they thought I didn't like him and all that. I'm a Spence fan. Like when the build up, I'm like, man, hey, let me get your autograph. You know what I mean? Because I watched you come up.
Don't mind you. Hell, that bullshit talk. I'm a Spence fan. You know why you a Spence fan? Because you wasn't even really like that until you beat Earl Spence and you did some fuck shit that Earl did. But anyway, let's move on.
I'm older than you, but I watched you, rooted for you when you was in the amateurs, when you was in the Olympics, all that, bro. You know what I mean? Like you came when I fought in Dallas and Arlington. You was there watching me fight. You know what I mean? It's okay to say you a fan.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's okay. Like I was a fan of Spence. Like I'm still a fan. I hope you do well and things like that. But like once it got to the point where I moved up in weight and I'm in the same weight as Spence, it's just like, oh man, you ain't fighting nobody. You this, you that, you this, you that. So now they trying to blemish my accomplishment just to boost him.
So you lying. He said, when I started to move up in weight, I started to disrespect Spence. He ain't fighting nobody. When he's my competition. And that's what you did. Get the fuck out of here, bro. What are you talking about? Oh, so that don't matter? You respect the Spence like that, and then all of a sudden you don't? Are you kidding me? Come on, bro. Let's move on, y'all.
I'm like, dude, you're not gonna do that. Because I can retire right now and be in the Hall of Fame. He couldn't. You know, like everything that I've accomplished, he's still trying to accomplish.
He said that Earl Spence is not accomplished. Nigga, you wouldn't even be in the situation you are without Earl Spence Jr. These are facts. Let's go back a little bit. What did he say?
World champion in boxing. I never said
It's
I
that
could.
belief in yourself. You
I always said I am.
You are.
I am.
But it's that work that you put in, it slowly starts to, when you get in there and you perform, you're like, oh well, yeah. Do you ever feel, because I know I put in work, and Henry, and this is the same thing for you. I put in so much work and put in work, and then I get it because you prepare for someone and you feel, oh, that's gonna be a tough fight. Then you put in so much work, and I know a fight that I could come to mind of yours, and then you get in there.
That shit easy to
Yeah, it was easy to
right.
So it's that turns it, that belief is like, oh yeah. I knew I said I was gonna do that, and oh, it's happening right now.
But going to the Spence fight, you know, I said everything that was gonna happen.
I know I was low
years.
I ain't gonna hold you.
You know what? We
Years
had
before it
talked about it. I
years before it happened, from what they was gonna say after I
He
beat
was
him,
Team Spence,
what I was gonna do.
Of course.
Yeah,
And that's
he
because he had
has
my
pound
dog.
pounds
That's
for
because me and my dog. No.
It's okay. It's okay.
That's because me and my facts, and I'm gonna keep it 100.
I'm a Spence fan.
I'm even right.
Like people always thought like they thought I didn't like him and all that. I'm a Spence fan. Like when we the build up, I'm like, man, hey, let me get your autograph. You know what I mean? Because I watched.
Let me say this. That nigga only cared about Spence. Is he a sucker? You only cared about Spence because Spence could make your career better. You wasn't nobody without Spence. If Spence would have just said, fuck you and moved on, you've been nobody, bro. You would have been a sole par Hall of Famer. We had to question it. Just like we doing now. These are facts. So you bitch ass nigga, you sit there acting like you like that. You beat Spence. Okay, cool, nigga. We give you that. But don't act like you like that. You ain't like that, bro. But anyway, let's move on.
You come up. I'm older than you, but I watched you, rooted for you when you was in the amateurs, when you was in the Olympics, all that, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you came when I fought in Dallas and Arlington. You was there watching me fight. You know what I mean? It's okay to say you a fan.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's okay. Like, I was a fan of Spence. Like, I'm still a fan. I hope he do well and things like that. But, like, once it got to...
But you ain't never been Spence. Spence was bigger than you. These are facts. And you can sit there and lie and all that sucker shit that you do, but you ain't never been Spence. Ask that nigga, has he ever been Spence? Outside him beating Spence. Ask that shit. Even outside of it, he beat Spence. What is he? What is this nigga? Ask that nigga what he is. Nobody gives a fuck about you like that, nigga. The only reason anybody cares because you want to fight motherfucking Canelo. That's it. Nobody cares, bro, about you. You beat Spence. That's number one. And then on top of that, outside of that, you want to fight Canelo. Nobody cares, bro, about you. Listen, like I said, he's a great fighter. But let me just explain something very, very clearly. This nigga ain't got no say like that. Yeah, you beat Spence. Okay, cool. We give you that. And nobody gives a fuck about this nigga. And I stand on that. Nobody cares. Tell me if anybody cares. Anybody cares? No. We don't care about this nigga like that. Let's move on, man.
The point where I moved up in weight and I'm in the same way that Spence is just like, oh man, you ain't fighting nobody. You this, you that, you this, you that. So now they trying to blemish.
And you didn't fight nobody.
To boost him up. I'm like, dude, you're not gonna do that. Because I can retire right now and be in the Hall of Fame. He couldn't. You know, like everything that I've accomplished, he's still trying to accomplish. You know.
Do you not think Spence will be in the Hall of Fame?
Right now? No, how?
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
How? You know, he fought in one division. You know, he unified the belts. He unified.
Did unify?
You know,
yeah.
He unified.
Was it?
He had three.
Yeah, he said unified all four. He wasn't undisputed.
Huh?
He wasn't undisputed.
He wasn't. No, but what I'm saying is, they already called him a weight bully, right? He beat Kell Brook coming off of a loss.
Yeah, weight bully. Oh my God, I can't believe this nigga. Can't believe a bitch nigga like that. You supposed to be tough like though. Hold on, let's go back a little bit. What'd he say?
Turns it that belief is like, oh yeah. I knew I said I was gonna do that, and it's happening right now.
But going to the Spence fight, you know, I said everything that was gonna happen.
I know I was low key.
Years.
I ain't gonna hold you.
You know what? We had talked about it.
Years before it happened, from what they was gonna say after I beat them, what I was gonna do.
Of course.
Yeah, that's
my dog. That's gonna be in my dog.
It's okay. It's okay.
That's gonna be in my facts, and I'm gonna keep it 100.
I'm a Spence fan.
I'm giving it.
Let's keep it real. That nigga got what Smith wasn't right. He knew better than that. He did what he did. But anyway, that's me being a little biased. But in a sense, I give Terrence Crawford all his props. He did what he's supposed to do. Give a fuck about his flaws or nothing. So I give you them props. But anyway, let's move on.
Like people always thought like they thought I didn't like him and all that. I'm a Spence fan. Like when the build up, I'm like, man, hey, let me get your autograph. You know what I mean? Because I watched you come up. I'm older than you, but I watched you, rooted for you when you was in the amateurs, when you was in the Olympics, all that, bro. You know what I mean? Like you came when I fought in Dallas and Arlington. You was there watching me fight. You know what I mean? It's okay to say you a fan.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's okay. Like I was a fan of Spence. Like I'm still a fan.
I understand. Smith never said he was a fan of Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford said he a fan of motherfucking the nigga that he beat. Do you understand that? That's what I'm trying to. No, man. Let's move on, bro. We're gonna do this last thing. But this nigga, he lying. He's lying. He trying to sit there. Yeah, nigga, you giving Spencer your props, but you still disrespecting a nigga. But let's move on.
Hope you do well and things like that. But like once it got to the point where I moved up in weight and I'm in the same weight as Spence, it's just like, oh man,
You
ain't
wouldn't
fighting.
have moved up in weight if you didn't beat Spence. If Spence did not give you the opportunity to fight him, nigga, you are nothing. Let's just be real. If he would never give you the opportunity, you wouldn't be nothing. This is a fact. If he would never give you this fight, you wouldn't be nobody. So these are facts. Don't sit here and act like you so much big. Yo, your skills is your skills. Nobody denying that. But you wasn't like that, nigga. Stop. Let's move on, man. Fuck that nigga. I'm done, bro. Because I'm sick of Terrence Crawford. He's lying. He ain't even like that. He's not even like that. Let's move on. Leave comments, hit that like button, support your boy. It's your boy, Mr. OBF. Peace and love to the world. Fuck that nigga, man.